RV. Thank you for the resub, by the way. 5 fucking month streak. Jesus Christ. Hey, Wither. Oh, just realized I still have my brace on. Get that off. Put that over there so I remember to put it back where it belongs. Hello, everyone. Fucking Estrella looking like a Usain Bolt up in this bitch today. Just fucking... start stream, and there's Estrella. Hey, Whiskey. Let's see. So, hey there, Wither. Hey there, Yoo-hoo. I'm just gonna go with Zippy, by the way, probably. Hey, Viva. Kaiser, I hope your stomach starts feeling better. Sorry, you're as you described, boyo, ain't there to kiss your boo boo for you. Hey there, Fertus, you French bastard. A219. Cool. Thank you. Soon I will also continue month 3. Rock on. Thank you, Viva. You were previously subbed for 3 months, so you're gonna go on 4. Actually, Viva, that would be your 4th month. So my testosterone did not arrive today. For those of you who don't know, I don't support any nationalistic claim to any territory. I'm an anarchist. I don't believe in nation states. It's an easy one for me. Go live. Thank you for the follow. So my TRT injections didn't arrive today. I had to go up to the fucking shot, up to the lifestyle health center. Thank you, Go Live. Actually, they're quite. Never mind. We won't get into that. That's not stream appropriate. Either way, yeah, I had to run up and get a fucking shot today, and tomorrow I have a 4:35 appointment, like partway across town, which is way further than I normally schlep. But yeah, at least tomorrow's a night show, so I won't have to worry about that. Anyway, we had a lot of fucking fun doing the bad movie night on Friday, so we're gonna continue doing it. For those of you who I'll mention it again once things get warmed up and there's like 50 or 80 people in here. I'll throw it back out there. But yeah, we had a lot of fucking fun. There was like 12 of us or something like that doing bad movie night, and it was fun as fuck. The movie was amazing. I'm so glad we finally got to see that movie. That movie was so bad. It was so bad. Oh, it was amazing. But we're doing it again next week. We're gonna make it a Friday night thing. Wither. We're making it a regular Friday night thing. So Friday night on the in the Discord community is gonna be bad movie night. It's basically an hour-ish after show ends, Whiskey. So whatever time I get off the air on Friday night, about an hour, just to give me time to make some food and fucking speed run it into my body. That's about when we'll be doing the movie. RV got the very end. It was such a terrible movie. It was amazing. Oh man, just poorly written, poorly acted, poorly edited, poorly scored. I mean, it was astounding. And yet, filmed in Africa, filmed in Tahiti, they spent money on this fucking thing. It was impressively bad. Oh, and you're just like, wait, that's it? Yeah, that's it. The movie's over. Oh, man, we had a lot of fun dunking on that movie. But yeah, we're going to do it again next Friday, and we're just going to make it a regular thing. So about an hour after show ends, maybe hour 15, depending on what I have to make. Yes, Vertus, poorly scored in spite of stealing music. By the way, all of the music they stole, they used in its entirety. They were like, if we're going to pirate the song, let's pirate the whole damn song. They didn't like use like a 15-second segment. They're like, we're doing the fucking song line. It's impressive. Yeah, poorly framed. I mean, honestly, like it was shot poorly. It was amazing how bad the movie was. It was so glorious. Yeah. So yeah. We're just gonna make it a Friday night thing, about an hour 15 after I get off the air on Friday nights. We're gonna go with that. Oh, you're adorable. Oh, my heart. It is broken. Oh, whatever shall I do? This not even parasocial relationship with somebody online whom I don't even know decides to walk into the room and try and throw a, I don't know, middle school jab my way? Good luck, though. What in France we call a nanard. Interesting. Critical, if you like bad movies, the worst I've ever seen. Oh, Birdemic's already in my collection. Critical. Birdemic's already in my collection. Yes. Yeah, that is legitimately, like, top 10 worst movies of all time. And depending who's the list, it could be top 5, top 3. Yeah, legitimately a terrible movie. Oh, whiskey. I mean, again. Anyway, so. Yeah. Oh, next little stiff. Hey, Redacted. What's up? Next little stiff. Flesh Gordon is also great. Now, that one, I'm not sure I know about. $74. Interesting. I'm going to put that on the list. Put that on the list. Critical. Thank you. No. Estrella. Wither. Come see. Estrella. No, I haven't. But that's that like French satirical horror film, right? I'm aware of it. I haven't seen it though. All right, Critical. That's definitely on the list. Oh, Jesus Christ. Clearly it's, you know, a rip-off of like Flash Gordon, but I look forward to seeing how bad it is. But yeah, we've got the next 2 movies lined up for the next 2 weeks, and then we'll take another vote. The vote will happen next week, and it's whoever is present at the end of the movie gets to vote, gets to put out suggestions and vote, because that's how we decided it for this week and next week. So we'll probably do like a winner and a runner-up process for the bad movie selection here on out. Like I said, yeah, Fridays, Discord, hour 15 after the show ends. That's where it'll be. Oh. Yeah, sure, Redacted. Give me 1 sec. There you go, Redacted. Lucy, it was amazing. Oh, we had so much fucking fun just dunking on the astrologer. It was such a terrible movie. It was. Oh, and we have the first channel conspiracy theory. We derived from that movie a channel lore was created. Basically, the last 50 years worth of pop culture was born of that movie. That's why they kept it secret. That's why they didn't show it. That's why they didn't do screeners of it, because secretly deep down, all of mainstream media, Hollywood in the last 50 years has been mining that movie for cultural touchstones that we all know. That movie was amazing. Honestly, I can't speak highly enough about it. For those, there were, those were there. It was, oh, it was a thing. We were laughing our asses off. It was bad. So, cheers to those who made it. I feel like I need to keep the air conditioning on. Either way, let's see. What do we want to talk about? I have some headlines. It was something indeed. Dude, that movie was amazing. Fucking
amazing.
The movie predates itself. Yes, all sorts of fucking we are living in the alternate universe of we are living in the expanded universe of this movie. All that exists is this movie. We are merely a spin-off of this movie. It is we had so much fun riffing on this movie. I mean, Estrella, no, maybe, no, probably not. I did see a fucking tweet by that Mel person. Holy shit, she's batshit insane. Fucking, do I have it somewhere? Oh, no, I didn't see that. Yeah, Japan nor China did imperialism. Kaiser, I think your Korean ancestors might have a word on that one, but, you know. According to whoever this Mel person is, it's just a giant fucking tanky from what I can tell. Japan nor China did imperialism. You know, Imperial Japan and Imperial China did not do imperialism. Okay, fucking tanky brain. I swear to God. Why is Central Committee trying to cancel Bow of the Fifth Call? Lucy, they had an emperor. Again, Lucy, tanky brain. It's akin to QAnon brain. It is quite literally similar. I actually have a tweet. I'm sorry. I have a post from Reddit, from the infrared fucking subreddit that somebody outside of their subreddit actually reposted on Reddit, saying how the funny part is QAnon is more evidence-based than this fake genocide. At least QAnon cites WikiLeaks, which nobody really doubts the legitimacy of. I mean, critical, I can't cover it because I don't know anything about it. All I can do is be informed by the community. So, yeah. Okay, so, all right, which one of you motherfuckers wants to get on the air with me and explain this to me really quickly? Who's gonna... Hey, Kvass. Who wants to... Oh, okay, cool. Yoo-hoo Zippy. Well, I mean, normally you'd just jump into voice chat on Discord, and I would move you on air. Let's see. Basically, from what I understand, Bo and some Russian guys helped smuggle Eastern Europeans into the States to hotels, where they ended up being exploited and abused. Do we know this for a fact? This sounds like crazy fucking, like, how has this been verified? He was convicted, served time, and that's what radicalized him. Then Mike from PA basically made a video on it and came out with a much smear video regardless of its actual veracity. There's court docs. Okay. Yeah, I still don't trust tankies. I'm gonna need to see those court docs. Yeah, I don't believe a fucking word out of a tankie's mouth. He hangs out with them, and that's enough for me. Guilty by association. I can't turn my back on those fuckers. So here's what I'm gathering. Here's what I'm. Thank you, Zippy. Okay, there's no way I'm touching that fucking link. RV, of course not. We would never do that. That would be piracy, and we would never talk about that being terms of service. Of course not. No, we're not doing that. We're watching a movie that is firmly within the public domain. And that is definitely the way we're going. Okay. So let me run that through a separate browser window. And then I will pull that. Thank you, though, for the link. Hey, premarital. Critical. Mike is a former Republican gone left who always love those grifters and think anarchism is laughable and anarchists are useful idiots. Sounds pretty tackling to me. Yep. Hey, Brooke. Yeah, fuck that guy. Yeah, exactly. Fuck him. There's a link I can try. Thank you. Okay, so here's what I'm hearing. Hey, cool. I will get that over to Momo. So what I'm hearing is that somebody committed a crime, they wronged society, they served their time, they came to their senses, they changed their political position, they advocate for the exact opposite of what they were caught doing in a prior time. And the compassionate left who believes in rehabilitation and restorative justice and transformative justice is attempting to cancel that person. Am I getting this right? Let me guess. This is just blatant leftist hypocrisy once again. I'm pretty sure that's what I'm seeing here. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Cool, cool. Cool. I hate these people. What should he do? Should he lick Mike's boots? Should he fondle his balls? What would be enough contrition? Why I Left the Left by Mike from PA, hosted by Tim Pool, coming to your theaters near you soon. Yeah, these motherfuckers all seem griftery to me. They always have. A little fondling would be nice. A little fondling vid would be nice. They don't seem to actually practice what they preach. I just don't, like, this is, I've done this rant before. Like, do y'all motherfuckers believe this shit or not? Because you sure as hell don't practice it online. And I'm guessing if you don't practice it online, where it is the easiest place to practice, then you're not practicing it in real life either. I think these fuckers are just a giant pile of hypocrites. That's all. That's the beginning, middle, and end of the story for me. I think there's just a shit ton of hypocrites. Hey, Public. Public. One of these times I want to get with you. I have a couple of suggestions. Oh, I can do it right now. Public, your chat messages probably shouldn't go on your screen, especially during horror games. They're up way too long and they're distracting from the scene. And when there's like somebody obnoxious like that dude in chat who wouldn't shut up about the fucking put it on hard mode and backseating and shit, like I can't just hide the chat and make them go away. So that's just an idea I had last night and a suggestion I thought I'd put to you, that either like dial down the amount of time the chat message is on the window or pull it entirely for when you're doing horror games so the immersion is a little greater. Either way. Rock on. All right. Yeah, I just thought I'd bring that to your attention. This is why I want you to do like a why I left the left video. Except I'm not leaving the left. I'm just post left. That's all. Redacted. I'm gonna have to change my fucking name. I think some of Bo's videos got boosted and ran as ads by the ADL, I think. Some people are calling him a grifter even though they didn't contact him beforehand. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, exactly, Zip. The dude fucking served time. I mean, he served time. He's dedicated years now to propaganda and education. Like, I don't understand these people. I don't understand these people. They're fucking hypocrites. Do they believe in restorative and reparative and transformative justice or not? I mean, granted, we're not going to get transformative justice anytime soon, so that really does enter the equation, but restorative and reparative justice, for fuck's sake, do they believe in this shit or not? Because, I mean, they are the just quickest to fucking cancel people for shit they did 1,000 years ago. It wouldn't matter. It wouldn't matter how much fucking contrition he showed. They got into some little petty bitch fight probably and decided that this was going to be the angle of attack. I know nothing about it. I've seen nothing about it, but that seems to be the pattern I've noticed more often than not. Yes, exactly, sourcing. Exactly. They're all grifters. They're all fucking grifters. Good, Kaiser. I hope that settles your stomach. Okay, Callus, I don't pay attention to any of these people. I don't know any of those people. The only reason we're talking about it right now is because the community brought it to my attention. I don't pay attention to any of these fucking people. I don't watch their videos. I find them distasteful. Bo, I like. I've seen a few of his videos. That's it. I can't speak to the corpus, his corpus, or his collection of works. But always seemed like a decent dude to me. So he fucked up in the past. Seems to have paid his debt to society. But apparently, like, he hasn't licked Mike from PA's balls enough or something, and now everybody's pissed about it. Hey, Fertus, thank you for the fucking gift sub, and congratulations, Viva. It's all about showing how they're the most left. It's not about making progress. Fucking preach, public. It's about whining that people aren't just siding with them, and then we'd have progress, and we shouldn't have to work with it right away. Because we're right anyway. Mike also wants to get big in on YouTube, and that's probably his way. Am I a grifter if I do this? Proceeds to make money and subs off this drama. Mike is clout chasing. Interesting. You got notifications on Bo. We're a Bo fan. Yeah, public. Like, yeah, there needs to be, like... There needs to be, some sort of political calculus done in that sort of situation. Be like, all right, look, well, is there a net positive or a net negative here? Let's work on it. Let's think about it. You know? Multi-lane grifter. Fucking premarital. If you'd like to be redeemed for a crime, make sure you contact Mike first before you can decide if it's feasible. Yeah, in public, I haven't seen shit from Bo, so no one can say I'm just defending him because I like him. Yeah, Viva, I've heard good things about Bo Present. I've, seen a few of his videos. Seems like a stand-up guy, but, I mean, I don't know him in real life. I can't speak to that. But, I mean, for fuck's sake, you try and crucify him for some shit that he not only did time for, but from what we can tell, has spent years now, like, doing the exact opposite of that. What more do you want from the man? Apparently a pound of flesh, maybe. That is super respectable, Sorsai. I respect you greatly for taking that position. That's the way you should do. You should take it. Yeah. Premarital, apparently some, like, alien smuggling, human trafficking sort of shit, like, something like that. Like, forging visas and smuggling people in the country. Immigration fraud, there you go. I think the pound of flesh comment fits. People want retribution, not justice, not apologies. They want to be able to punish someone as a major issue with a lot of people's thinking. Yes, it is, public. Yes, sorry, that was my slip up there. Yeah, apparently, Rabbit, it was brought to my attention. I had no fucking clue any of this was going on prior to starting this stream. But all I can say is fuck these grifter assholes who they're hypocrites. It's just a giant pile of fucking hypocrites that don't believe in restorative or reparative justice. They don't believe in anything they actually advocate for or talk about on a regular basis, so fuck them. I fucking hate hypocrites. They're just bane of my existence. They get under my skin very easily. Like, oh, well, we should, the justice system is broken. We need restorative and reparative justice. We need transformative justice. This guy did something 12 years ago. Fuck him. Fuck you, man. Fuck you. I don't have time for those assholes. Hey, Violent. Yeah, he seems to have turned a corner. He turned the page. Rabbit, so let me give you a thing. I actually heard about this back in 2008 because it was big news in the hospitality circle, so I'm like, I might care about this if it was a decade ago. Yeah, Yeah, hang on. Is that the... Oh, nice, Kaiser. Congratulations. Somebody put in shared sources on the Discord, the conviction notice from the Department of Justice. It was 1 count of conspiracy to commit visa fraud, 5 counts of visa fraud, and 1 count of conspiracy to commit alien smuggling. But it seems like they may have brought in more than 200 people to work as hotel housekeepers using fraudulent visas. But they only got convicted. He only got convicted on, 1, 5, and 1. Yeah, fucking Zippy, drop him in if you want. Of course, it was started by several Russians. But we're probably not going to talk about that part of it, are we, Mike? From PA. What did premarital say? I get it, premarital. I get it. We're not even going to wade into that fucking deep end right now. Oh, what did Violent say? Yeah, critical, I feel the same way. Yeah, Viva, tell me about it. I mean, Jesus fucking Christ. Hey, Zippy. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Jesus Christ. There it is. So this is testimony from... Okay. And then this will be the indictment. Euro Householding Corporation. Corp. I mean, credit where credit's due. They put up some fucking numbers here. Holy shit. I mean, this was a full-blown smuggling operation. This was not some small-time shit. This was like a legitimate full-blown smuggling operation. This is some impressive numbers, to be perfectly honest. Hey, Sue. All right, so let me scroll back. What's the worst that can happen to plunging too far down the shithole? You can't see the sun anymore. Oh, yeah, public. I'm in the camp of treatment. Punishment, I mean, you know, fucking, yeah, sure, punishment. Segregation from society if they've transgressed, but we should be more open with our mental health care in order to get these people the help that they need early on before there is, you know, a perpetuation of the cycle of trauma, ideally. And due to our overreaction as a society, we tend to lean one way when we should be leaning the other way, thus actually making it worse and perpetuating that cycle. There's my statement on that matter. Oh, I know, Rabbit, right? Jesus Christ. Quaid, it's not a matter of fucking trusting anybody. It's a matter of what do you believe and what don't you believe, and do you believe in reparative and restorative justice? Do you believe in people being redeemed? Do you believe in that? If so, well then, Bo served his time. He's spent years now propagandizing and educating for the left. He's seemingly turned a page. Like, what more do you want from the man? Right? Like, he served his time. He seems to have turned a leaf. His rhetoric matches. He actively community organizes. Like, what do you want from him? That's sort of where you go from that issue. Is apparently Zealot. Apparently, I'm just being informed about it, and I'm just now basically ending my, like, these fuckers are hypocrites, and I'm sick of them spiel. Yeah, exactly, public. Big dumplings. Brand new account, little sketchy, but welcome. Yeah, I mean, no need to lurk. You can interact. Zealot, I'll get you a VIP badge if you want. Oh, yeah, yeah, that list is horrific. Let's see, what's up, Sue? I assume you meant to type Kai, not Kia. Yeah, violent. It seems that way. It does. It seems like they want a fucking pound of flesh, or like I said earlier, like he wants his like nuts fondled or something. I don't know what he's after, but it's not about him. And so, as far as I can tell, Bo served his time. He paid his debt to society as we deemed it as a society, and he seems to have moved forward with his life. What more do you want from the man? Fuck off. All right, hang on. Let me hook you up with that zealot. I'll do that right now. Community roles manager, add new. There you go. A diamond you shall have. Viva, I also want my nuts fondled. Yeah, exactly, Zippy. Oh, it's still a little early, Sue. I haven't even covered any fucking news from the day. I'll get there, though. Give me a little bit. I mean, it's fucked up, Zippy, but, I mean, we're all capable of great good and great bad, right? It's just the human condition. So, Cappy. Oh, I need to send that to fucking Momo too. Where's Momo? There it is. There we go. Cool. Sent that over. Yeah. Dumplings, I mean, you know, we could talk metaphorical interpretations of the story, but I'm pretty sure Jesus was big on the whole forgiveness thing. Yeah. Yeah. As thought some horrendous things in my past would be pretty shitty if anyone from my past would bring that up 10-year plus drama up today. I know, right? Critical. Okay, I was a different person. Dude, I was a terrible human being as like a late teenager, early 20s. I was a terrible human being. Right? Like, I spent a lot of years working on myself. Putting in the effort to grow as a person. And to let that, like, to ignore or eschew all of that effort, work, and, like, purpose I put into my life because you want to, for purposes of slander, I just, like, fuck you. Imagine the work that Bo had to do on himself, right? Imagine that fucking, like, hip check from life. Like, yeah, by the way, federal crime, you're doing fucking time now, like that sort of thing. And, you know, pulling it around, doing a 180, and fucking coming out the other side, advocating for things that I just... Fuck those assholes. That's all I got. Was the LA Times calling Bo an anti-Semite multiple times for calling out Israel? Yeah, that's Quaid. That's a thing that happens. Premarital. If Mike from PA donates to my OnlyFans, I'll think about forgiving him. Fair enough. Cave. Exactly, critical. Oh, don't slump. Don't slump. Zealot, there is no such thing as left unity. It's a meme. Just accept it. Just fucking accept it. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, dumplings. It's a thing. It's difficult to talk about without getting like shit canned by everybody. But the truth of the matter is that you know, I don't support an apartheid state, period. I don't care if it's Africa, I don't care if it's Korea, I don't care if it's Israel, right? Apartheid bad. It's a pretty easy position to adopt if you don't have your head firmly up your ass. Fair enough, critical. Hey, sweet. Days since the left hasn't eaten itself. 0 perpetually. By the way, isn't unity a Biden word? It's fucking. Yes, exactly, Premier. You said something not nice about a country. That means you hate every single one of its inhabitants. Talk about bad faith argumentation. Hey, Sleep, thank you. Yes, no, we've entered the beanie arc. We may shift out of the beanie arc at some point, or I may just change beanies. I don't know, but we have entered what we're referring to as Kai's beanie arc. So yes, I'm glad you're digging it. Thank you. This is, yeah, the Ouroboros. Oh, Swede, to fair, I haven't gotten to reading the whole thing yet, but I like the title. Politics, Economics, and Morality, a Model for Social and Political Development. It's gonna be a fun read. Be like me and get an assortment of hats to wear for each scenario. Yeah, right? This is the rant hat. I don't know who those are, so I think I'm good. Sleep easy. Who or what those are. It's an Ouroboros with its head up its own ass. Oh, Rabbit, that is so fucking true. Oh, yeah, premarital, for sure. Yeah, because that's punching... because one is punching up and one is punching down. God, I love being an anarchist. You need to get yourself a judge's wig, too. Oh, that would be bad. I fucking, yeah. Is it Weed Lord, just Cat? Cat's having a birthday weekend, too, by the way. Actually, it's over. Oh, they're the previous and current Tim Pool co-hosts. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I don't. Will they remember it? Probably not. Not much of it. Is Cat Jesus? Sure, why not? Oh, yeah, I know, Estrella. My favorite is people from places like California will criticize the Dems from places like Oklahoma for not being progressive enough. Like, progress is still progress, you fuckers. Yeah, I was talking earlier. I mentioned it. It's pronounced Jesus. I came across on Reddit a screenshot of whoever the fuck Mel is. She's something. She's something. Whoever this fucking Mel person is, I've heard on the periphery some of her takes. Holy shit. Yeah, I quoted it earlier. Japan nor China did imperialism. So that's a thing. you know, never mind Imperial China or Imperial Japan. They never did imperialism. Hey, Chinstrap Penguin, thank you for the follow. Sourcing? Agreed. And Fertus is correct. Begone with Y3 or begone with ye. I've been an ordained minister for 17 years. Something like that. Yeah, Imperial Japan, famously anti-imperialist. Oh, that's what I was missing, Viva. Thank you for filling that out for me. It's you know, yeah, okay. So you can't do imperialism if you're Asian. I didn't know that. Thank you, Viva. Well, see, here's the thing, Begone. I'm not Christian. I designed my own religion back in my early 20s to mid 20s. But I'm, let's just say, a touch familiar with Christianity, as I am an ordained minister within the Christian faith, yes. But we have, in my community, as it stands, we have 5 ordained ministers, I do believe. There's a few of us. A few of them are running the scam. A few of us, you know, wanted in on the scam just because it's credentials. But I'm well versed in it. I like a good theological argument. And when people come Bible thumping on my door, I like to roll out. Infamously, my one of my mods is an egoist, Chinstrap. But they are not here today. They're having a birthday weekend here in Las Vegas. They're doing their thing. But yes, we very infamously, Cat is like an ascribed egoist. Oh, I'm not. That's a few of them are though. I think Curio is Universal Life, and I think Ace may be Universal Life. Don't know though. Created, not started. Created. Yeah, it's easy. It really is super easy. Critical, I would lean away. No, Estrella, not this time. Next time. Critical, I would lean away. They use some anarchistic organizing principles, which I support them for. But the fact of the matter is that they aren't anarchist liberation. Not in the traditionalist sense. Now, as far as, you know, anarchistic organizing principles, yeah, they use some. And so we will mention the Zapatistas. But the fact of the matter is that probably I wouldn't call them the most successful anarchist liberation to date that still exists. No. I would shy away from that statement, to be perfectly honest. Let me scroll back a little bit and fucking read some of these messages. All right. What? Who or what is Namkin? We may never know. We're talking about the Japan where the warlords and emperor fought for control? Yeah, apparently so. Oh, yeah. Yeah, they totally are elitist public. Ivory Tower shit all the time. Oh, Quaid, I just saw that you were referencing your ordination back in high school for the meme that it was Universal Life. Okay, cool. I just caught that. I'm going to read Settlers by Sakai just so I can explain to you why you're guys. Oh, yes. Barley, saw that. Earliest bloom in 1,200 years. By the way, that's as long as they've been tracking it. So it is just the earliest bloom that they're aware of, plain and simple. Tsushima Island, yep, Korean versus Japanese imperialism. A lot of Americans need to develop a mature understanding of freedom, that to behave as an antisocial pig is not to affirm one's freedom. They should look to the Oriental societies. We're not supposed to say Oriental anymore, I don't think. To understand how respect for society and others is to affirm self-respect. No, that's Confucianism, Big Dumplings. I would point you more to a Taoist tradition, which is far more anarchistic. That, you know, how respect for the society, I don't know. It just, okay, maybe you don't mean that, but that reads very Confucian to me. But maybe I'm reading into it. So I will retract that statement with that asterisk. But for me, I'm with, you know, more of the Tao Te Ching than I am with Confucianism. Oh, let's see. All right, catching up. Yeah. Best argument against communism. It's never really happened. It trends towards it utilizes the state as the fundamental driving force, and the state inevitably devolves to authoritarian bureaucratic systems, which gives rise to vanguard and classism, and thus ends up in a cyclical or spiral pattern of sorts, and you just end up at the same place you started at before, with a group of oppressors rather than liberating the actual working force. You can point to this, and I mean, fucking Maoist China. You can point to this under Lenin or Stalin. You could point to like Kronstadt in the case of Soviet Russia. You could go modern day within China, genocide against indigenous people. Either way, utilizing the state as the revolutionary force tends to inevitably devolve to the same point that you're fighting against in the first place. There we go. Or you could just go back to Bakunin and Marx arguing, and Bakunin's statement about Marxian philosophy. Shinto Buddhism, specifically the school adopted by Imperial Japan, was full-on racist. Oh, yeah. A bunch of fucking Mao's generals were Buddhist. Oh, yeah, critical. That's a rough area to get like actual data out of. Estrella. Talking to a tanky. Oh, God. So not a discussion had in good faith, but when talking about American society, they brought up Spanish Civil War and said they shot anyone who disagreed with. Well, I mean, okay. No. There was tons of shit fuckery in the Spanish Civil War, for sure, Estrella. There's no clean hands in war, right? But to say that they shot anyone who disagreed with them is batshit insane and is an absolute statement. Anytime anybody says always or never, question immediately what they are saying. That's just rule number one. And so, yeah, there was transgressions by anarchists during the Spanish Civil War, but, I mean, for fuck's sake, there was transgressions by communists, there was transgressions by capitalists, there were transgressions by Republicans, there were transgressions by fascists. It was war. It's messy. Kaiser. Go for it, Wither. Hey, later, Zippy. Yeah, I would. Hey, interesting. You're going to go see Friendly Jordies. Rock on. Sleep easy. No, because the anarchism doesn't go via that route. And we have numerous instances of successful anarchistic societies being set up throughout history. So there's never been a successful Marxism, socialism, communism conversion. It's never happened. We can point to successful anarchist societies. Like, they've yet to achieve their goal. They even have a term for actually existing socialism, which, by the way, is nothing more than state-run capitalism at the end of the day. And, I mean, look at their examples. Their examples are continuously places like China and shit. And it's like, how many billionaires does China have? How many multinational corporations does China have? Like, come on. That's not even close to it. We can point to actually existing anarchist societies. Oh, I actually have a cheat sheet on my website for that sort of thing. But I mean, you go Christiana, Freetown Christiana, the Paris Commune to some extent or another, the Free Territory in Ukraine, Puerto Real to a certain extent, Revolutionary Catalonia, Rojava, Shinmin, Stranza, Zomia, if you want to go loosely associated Free Federation route. If you want actually existing within a capitalist framework and managing to clad themselves in anarchistic armor and interface successfully, you could go Trumbleplex in outside Detroit. You could go the is it Whitehall or Whitewall? I always forget. It's Whitehall colony in the UK. Is it? I always forget that one. Yeah. You're welcome, Smite. There's a bunch. And I mean, those are just some of the ones that I keep handy. There's been so many more. And that's not even including indigenous communities, right? These are actual like anarchism practicing or organizations and structures and societies. If you want to just talk anarchy, which is, anarchistic principles without the theory, the formal theory applied to it. So, I mean, indigenous communities all over the globe have been practicing various forms of proto-anarchism or anarchy since the beginning. So, yeah, I mean, that's, we actually have achieved our goals numerous times. Yeah, authoritarianism has come and fucked it up and, killed people and stomped it out and all of that sorts of stuff. But, I mean, these fuckers can't make the transition to work to save their lives. It's because the transition can't happen. You can't use authoritarianism to free people, right? It's like, I'm going to use this knife to save your life by stabbing you in the neck repeatedly, right? Like, that's not how that works. Here, let me sever your jugular 7 times to save your life. It's not how shit works. Using authoritarianism to free people is not how you get those results. You got to use the right tool for the right job. Sweet. Not when it's 7 or 8 times, Cave. Why would those indigenous communities be considered anarchist and not communist? At end stage, anarchism becomes very similar to communalist principles, which they would be communitarian or communalist, not communist. Why? Also, 1, they don't usually use authoritarianism. 2, they didn't have to transition through a nation state to get there. And 3, they didn't have the revolutionary acts necessary for the transitionary stages. We're talking about something that pre-exists, right? Rather than the sort of communism is something you build. Indigenous societal structure already had those stages done. They were already done and there and operating that way. They didn't have to free the proletariat. They didn't have to engage in a working class revolution to overhaul the nation state, to seize the means of production. Their societies don't work that way. Well, for the most part, their societies don't work that way, or didn't. So no, there's something else entirely. Ah! Oh my god, I just banned Wither. Oh my god, I'm sorry, Wither. I'm working on it. Why is it... Sorry, Wither. Gulag. You're okay, Wither. F for Wither, yes, exactly. How close to communism is the U.S.? How far away is Mars? Something like that. Hashtag free Wither. Wither types hashtag free Wither. Motherfucker, Yari free. Oh, big dumplings. I don't. See, this is the thing. It's not happening in our lifetimes. I'm a fucking pragmatist. At heart, I got a healthy dose of realism. See, this is the thing. The best thing we can do is, hey, good for you, Viva. The best thing we can do as anarchists is one, educate people on anarchistic theory and praxis, right? Two, we engage in that praxis, right? And that doesn't start on a national level. That starts in a microcosmic level. So basically, there's all of these spaces, right? Apartment complexes, housing suburban neighborhoods, condo complexes, just the locality, the local municipality, right? This is where you have more influence. This is where the federal government and the capitalist model has the least oversight. And it's within these gaps of oversight that you can begin to construct the emancipatory destinations beyond capitalism, beyond authoritarianism, beyond the state. But you have to start there. You don't do this at a grand national scale. There is no grand anarchist revolution. What you do is you learn anarchist organizing principles, you learn anarchist praxis and anarchist theory, and you fucking go out there and do it. You organize with your neighborhood, you organize with your local community, you get a mutual aid network going, you get a fucking free clinic going, you get a free library going, you get a food bank going, and you fucking run it, but you run it the same way that anarchists would, rather than some sort of hierarchical authoritative system. This is how the anarchist revolution happens. It happens in the microcosms rather than the macro. And if you focus on those microcosms, then and only then can you begin to change the tonality of the macrocosm. And so if you get enough of this going, hey, maybe your community starts feeling favorably towards these people who self-identify as anarchists. Maybe you get a few on the city council. Maybe you get a few as, I don't know, even a fucking sheriff. Imagine a Machiavellianly minded, egoist, fucking pragmatic anarchist who runs unopposed as sheriff, with the full intent of doing their very best to dismantle that bullshit. Right? We are going to transform that shit when I'm in there. Right? This is the stuff that anarchists should be focusing on. Viva, it wouldn't surprise you that two of the founders of Black Panthers actually ended up as anarchists. Let me scroll back a bit. From the article you posted, Swede, economic development requires an economic motive that is either supplied by coercion of the administration or is internalized in the consciousness of the people. There are limits to the amount of prosperity that can be achieved through coercion. Interesting. Maybe we might have reached those limits. What a concept. Wither. Wait, what did fucking... Oh. Zealot, so I'm going back to school in July. I want to be a political history teacher, something that's not taught in Australia. Therefore, people just fall into whatever they hear on Murdoch Media. Oh, God help us. Let's see. There we go. Yes, Wither. To some extent or another, yes. Sleep easy. Let me help you out here. First time this week, and it's Monday, and we're already doing it. This is Mikhail Bakunin to Karl Marx. Marx is an authoritarian and centralizing communist. He wants what we want, the complete triumph of economic and social equality, but he wants it in the state and through state power, through the dictatorship of a very strong and, so to say, despotic provisional government, that is, by the negation of liberty. His economic ideal is the state as the sole owner of the land and of all kinds of capital, cultivating the land under the management of state engineers and controlling all industrial and commercial associations with state capital. We want the same triumph of economic and social equality through the abolition of the state and all that passes by the name of law, which in our view is the permanent negation of human rights. We want the reconstruction of society and the unification of mankind to be achieved, not from above downwards by any sort of authority, nor by socialist officials, engineers, and other accredited men of learning, but from below upwards by the free federation of all kinds of workers' associations liberated from the yoke of the state. The communists have never achieved a stateless society. They've never done it. They talk about it occasionally, but they've never pulled it off. They always use an authoritarian state as their stopgap methodology. Gotcha, easy. Wither. Yeah, so we don't want it by coercion. They've totally pulled it off if you ignore the family. That was totally natural. Yeah, plus there's always a revolution when a whole bunch of people die. Yeah, that's for sure. Straight up, we thought about trying it again? Oh. Dumplings, I've seen it happen before. There's no real way to actually stop it. That's the fascinating part. There's already a grassroots anarchist movement. It already exists. It's in every state. There's anarchists all over the fucking globe. Food Not Bombs is feeding people in like 100 countries or something like that. Yeah, there's no way to actually stop anarchist organizing. And there's really fascinating law enforcement lectures and like presentations by the FBI on how difficult it is for them to manage that because of the decentralized but distributed nature of anarchistic organizing principles. It is extraordinarily difficult to stop their activity. And so there's no leader to take out. There's no central node or hub to take out. There is no CEO of anarchists, right? There are anarchists in Spain, Italy, Germany, France, the UK, Korea, fucking Hong Kong, America, Canada, Mexico. God help us. Latin America has fucking tons of anarchists, and they do it up right. They don't fuck around in that part of the world. So it's just a matter of education. It's just a matter of like teaching people these principles. Hey, Rev. Rev, the same reason that the Nazis were called socialists. Because you can say anything. It doesn't mean it's true. I see the ideology of social conscious path along the way or something. No, you're right. Critical. It's Marxian analysis, it's socialism, it's communism, but they've never managed to make that final step happen. It's just not a thing they pulled off. It's rabbit. It's like that joke. Step 1, everybody memorizes Marx. Step 2, a miracle happens. Step 3, communist paradise. Yep, basically. Yep, those plants will become communist. Just you wait, fucking Chad Lysenko. Lysenko is... the fact that they unironically defend Lysenko is hilarious. Dumplings they never have. I'm an anarchist for years and years and years and years now. I've known people who have been like bullshit charges because they owned anarchistic texts by the United States government. I'm aware of the historical elements that have persecuted anarchists the globe over. I'm aware of the shit that anarchists have gotten into over the years as well and caused our own trouble. I'm aware of that. But again, neoliberal hypercapitalism isn't going to let you be, authoritarianism isn't going to let you be, no matter where you are, no matter what you're practicing. Right? Like, so you might as well do the thing that resonates truest to yourself. And I've been an anarchist for many, many, many years. And I'm pretty well versed in it at this point. And yeah, I would rather, be persecuted for who I am rather than lie and conform to some bullshit I'm not. Okay. Begone. Oh yeah. Yeah, I've done my fair share of reading Eric Blair. For those of you who don't know, Eric Blair is the actual name of George Orwell. Oh god, if you guys want to have a discussion about how fucking... If you want to have a discussion about indigenous communities, then I'm going to fucking bring Sue in here. I'm going to bring Rabbit in here, and I'm going to let fucking, somebody who lived through it and somebody who has studied it at a professorial level, fucking school your asses on this shit as to, oh, well, the fucking plantation system beat out the indigenous community. No. Just no. I'm just going to encourage you fucking to, like, I think we even have a Rabbit command. Go watch some of Rabbit's stuff. Because there's no fucking way. Eisenhower, what do you know about anarchism? Because the fact of the matter is that I think you'd be surprised. Fair enough, Rabbit. Lysenko did manage to make some new plants. They were inedible and most were infertile. But if we're going strictly by did he make a thing, he didn't make, well, a thing. Yeah. Happy birthday from all of us to you. Sweet. Boss, you need a government. Hey, Positive. Oh, yeah, Positive. Dude, the movie was amazing. Honestly, we had such a good time watching it. Sorry, not to create some, like, FOMO shit for you, but it was a fun time. But we are doing, for those of you that are present, one day you'll get a Sue command. Well, put up a bunch of... You have fucking... There's Sue. Hey, thank you for the biddies and fucking thank you for the biddies for Swede's birthday. It was a spectacle. It most assuredly was. But you don't have any like content. Like start putting like, do you have a YouTube channel here or something like that? Let's see. Want to know how to spot a racist? They'll tell you by saying, would those societies be as advanced as they are now had we not colonized them? Good point. By the way, for those of you who are here now, we're doing Bad Movie Friday. Bad Movie Fridays for the foreseeable future. A bunch of people wanted it, so we're going to continue doing it about an hour 15 minutes after the Friday show. So whatever time I get off the air, about an hour to hour and 15 minutes after that, we reconvene on Discord. RV, again, thank you for the biddies for Sweet's birthday. This is weird. Oh, well, drop the link and we'll fucking make it happen. Who's sliding into whose DMs now? I see it. Oh, you only get to make suggestions and vote if you are present at the bad movie night. That is the participation is everything in an anarchistic society, so you have to be present to be accounted for. That's how we're working with it. Sweet being a cool dude speaking. Oh. 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 That lower back. Alright, I'll set that up later. Public, gotta be there to be to participate. I don't eat that kind of thing. Be gone. So I will default to right since I am right hand dominant. But I don't eat Twix. I don't eat like commercial candies and stuff like that. I don't even have. When's the last time I had a refined sugar? It's been a while. Yeah. Post left Twix. Alright, and whatever the fuck this is. Sweet. Hey, Curio! Curio, what's up with the Prime sub? Thank you kindly. Fucking Curio and I, if y'all aren't already familiar with Curio, I don't know why you aren't. But, oh, look, there's a hype train happening. We're doing a capitalism, apparently. Curio, the obscure Curio, let's see. Let's do... One of these days, I'm just gonna fucking... There we go. That is my dive bar. That's where I go to decompress after a particularly rough stream. Yeah, I love Curio. Curio, good people. So go show Curio some love. Hey, Curio. How was your weekend, my man? Oh, and thank you for the follow, Peanut Butter Baby. Yeah, it's, no, gone. No, I don't. Multiple people have asked this over, there's no way, no. Like, hey, who's your favorite dictator? I'm an anarchist. Like, it's, the instant you take that position, you are a war criminal. You hold the helm of a ship that commits atrocities by its very nature. Whether it's the prison industrial complex, the military industrial complex, the fucking sick care system, it doesn't really matter. Nice, Curio. Every time he forgets about William Harrison. Yes, he had the good decency to die quick. Fucking 31 days, but he still held it. Public... if we go that route, then, I mean, still, it's honestly, We have an anarchism command just for that. Be gone. He still helmed it. And to be fair, folks, do you have favorite serial killers? Do I? I'm just trying to... No, I don't. Yeah. Oh my god. I didn't mean to... Hey, Astamite. I didn't mean to do that to your fucking message. I was just clicking. Sorry about that. But hey, I saw you anyway. Astamite. I've had a couple of misclicks today, actually. You're the second one. Jesus Christ. Stop clicking. I can read it after I pull it. So, yeah. It's just cheer 200. Fair enough, Cave. That's fair. Oh, sorry, just cheer 200. Just saying it. My great-great-great-grandmother witnessed Garfield being shot. Wow. Hey, thank you for the biddies. Sourcing. Apparently we continue to do a capitalism. Thank you kindly. They talk about the only witness not knowing English because she only spoke Swedish. Interesting, sweet. Fascinating. That's fascinating. Yeah, I wrote... no, it's just fucking board clicking shit over there on the side. It's the you know. Hey, positive. Congratulations and thank you, RV. What is that for you, RV? 30. Jesus Christ. We did it. We saved capitalism together. It's like fucking Tinkerbell up in this bitch, right? If we just believe together. I mean, frankly, that is the only thing holding capitalism together. I mean, to be truthful about it, you know, it's a human construct. It's only our belief in it that's holding this shit together. Yeah, be gone. There. Mm-hmm. You wanna get into it? They all commit human rights abuses. They're the leader. They own the responsibility. They are the president. They are the CEO. They are the commander-in-chief of this bitch. All right? This entity that we call the United States is helmed by those individuals we call presidents. Whether they like it or not, whether we like it or not, they bear the full brunt of the responsibility as the leader, right? That's how it works. Now, could they change it? Sometimes, maybe not. Sometimes, maybe yes. Either way, that system is constantly committing human rights abuses. That system is, was it 22 years or something like that? We haven't been at war in our entire nation's history. It's a sketchy system. I'm not saying it's any better or worse than anybody else's sketchy ass shit either. All I'm saying is that they are the president, and by occupying that position, that seat, they bear responsibility for it. It's just the way it works. Oh, fucking Taft. Jesus, he was huge. Yep, exactly. The day you walk in the White House, you stand a condemned man. Or person. Maybe one day we'll get a woman in there. And exactly, sourcing. Yep, can't have it both ways. If they're the executives, they own the acts. All right, public. Take care of yourself. It's very easy to not become president. I've done it my whole life, says Estrella. Yeah. Oh, in fact, female rulers and leaders have a long history with that sort of stuff. Yes, women can commit war crimes just as good as men. Hashtag feminism. Thank you for the biddies, Curio. Fucking the most demented photo I've ever seen. Taft riding a horse. I mean, come on. All right. Now I need to see that. Hold on. Hold on. Him riding a water buffalo is even funnier, in my opinion. Have you seen the water buffalo one? Rabbit? Because that one's even better, in my opinion. Give me one sec. This whole fucking creature's like, oh, Jesus fucking poor creature. Oh. You can even tell its legs are fucking locked up even. Its legs are so... that one was, let's see. That one seems to have been taken in a mountaintop village named Bagua, about 100 miles north of Manila. Positive, so you know. Hey, we completed a light capitalism. I mean, you know, Polynesian, like it's you know, I mean, sure, you're off by a few hundred miles, but you know, the vibe is similar, especially that era. I feel you. Opinion on President Lincoln. I mean, serviceable, held the Union together. I mean, made a bunch of compromises he shouldn't have made. The guy openly admitted that he didn't give two shits about slavery. And as long as, you know, he could hold the Union together, he'd do it by any means possible. So, I mean, not the, you know, end all be all that he's often made out to be. You know, decent order. Could write a speech pretty well. Yeah. Made a few compromising decisions that I don't know I'd necessarily make, but hey. Oh, yeah, Rabbit shared a bed with his bodyguard. Dude, the letters between Lincoln and his bodyguard, yeah, come on. Lincoln was at least bi. Lincoln was at least bi. Yeah. All right, Kvass. Yeah, he loved that dude. Hey, Tuna, what's up? Yeah, their relationship was more than just that of a bodyguard and his he who he guarded. President Lincoln and his bodyguard, Tuna, is who we were just talking about. Yeah. Catboy Abraham Lincoln. Yeah. They had a relationship, let's just put it that way. I never watched House of Cards. You mean you don't spoon your bodyguard? No, generally not. But hey, you know, to each their own. You do you, boo. Daniel did. I mean that. You'll see that one then. Oof. Daniel Day-Lewis plays everyone well. Barley. It's kind of his thing. He's a really good fucking actor. He's kind of crazy as fuck, but he's a really good actor. So. How is this supposed to guard your body then? Fair point. Fair point. If I ever have to have a bodyguard in the future, Quaid, I will take that into account. I mean, maybe I should, you know? I'll ask them. Is it standard policy for you to sleep in the same bed as me? Do we get to cuddle? Yeah, I'll be sure to check on that. Abe would hang his hat on another bed. Yeah, I have a suspicion I know why they said that. Well, I'm giving the benefit of the doubt. I'm with that benefit of the doubt, I have a suspicion as to why they may have said that. But holy shit. No, Andrew Jackson is not the best president. He was a murdering maniac. Genocidal nut job. With the benefit of the doubt be gone, let me guess, because he went after the banks? That's usually the reason that fuckers... Okay, fair enough. Alright, fair enough. Hey, Karina. I don't know how long you've been around. I don't know if that's your first comment in or not. But hey there, in either case. John M82. I didn't see, Rye. I would love to believe it's an obvious meme, but the fact of the matter is that yeah, it's not that obvious. You just, you need to talk to more right-wingers. Do you have an opinion on what the next dominant economic system might be, or if we'll even transition past capitalism, whether it's decades or centuries from now? Is it worker co-ops, RE, are goods and services going to be exchanged in different ways other than a market? I mean, John, no, I don't make predictions, right? There is no project for anarchists. There, you know, in the words of Marx, don't write recipes for the cookshops of the future. I wouldn't even begin to make a prediction or a guess in that manner. I would like to see an increase in worker co-ops. I would like to see some local municipalities, townships, villages start to take up things like common resource pool usages. I'd like to see an increase in some of those sorts of factors within the economic system. But as to what is going to be the next dominant system, 100 years from now, I wouldn't even begin to touch that one. Remarital. Probably feudalism if the capitalists aren't taken down before the economy does. Fair enough. Fair enough. It's a position. It's a position. So let's see. Oh. Does that ever come up? All right. Let's do this in this order. So this was done over Easter. Let's read this. This was put up over Easter. The younger generations have less and less faith in Christ, and combined with the fact that housing is getting more and more expensive and that having kids is already expensive, hey, sassy, as a result of of higher cost of living, there will be more Christians who cannot afford to have kids. How will Christianity survive when the older, more Christian generations die in America? Currently, my thought is that Rome today is like Rome, but very shortly before it fell. Loose morals, rampant degeneracy, pride, corruption, and sin were some of the reasons Rome fell. And it's also somewhat like Weimar Germany, where people are going to political extremism. I think America is going to die once our older generations pass. After this, Christians will probably have no effect on any elections, and only atheists will control America because they will outnumber us. Christian democracy, let's see, where's Christian democracy only works with a Christian majority. Otherwise, it will be voted away. It started with the separation of church and state. Atheists will vote us away, so the only thing left after that should be war against our government, and we will be called extremists and terrorists ourselves. This got a lot of likes, by the way. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world, against the spiritual wickedness in high places, Ephesians 6:12. The problem with this verse is that we are in a fight with flesh and blood, that the people who control our government, both political parties, push atheist agendas in some way or another. In the end, once again, atheists have complete control over our government. It's inevitable with the demographic shift right now that there will be less and less Christians in America. America is a nation in moral and religious decline. The only way that Christianity can come back in America is through war. If Christians in America can unite and set aside their differences, then they can win a war against the government. There are still millions of Christians, and it isn't too late. Nothing would stop us, even the U.S. military. We'd be everywhere. If we win, Christianity can be spread more effectively by the Christians in government. So that's a thing. And like I said, thousands of likes, by the way. I mean, a lot. Fair enough, Sassy. Why are they so afraid of being replaced? Can't imagine. That Rome stand, right? This crap. Some Olympic level mental gymnastics. Christians are replacement theorists. Yeah, oh no, they are. Death of Christianity in American politics would be astonishing and a goal to strive for, honestly, says Wither. Man, I thought this was going to be based in Jesuit pill, but no, it's a 20-year-old neo-crusader virgin. It's a tad better than Mein Kampf's higher standard of literacy anyway. Yeah, they have been for a while. Well, actually, Rye, I mean, there's a huge contingent of African Americans that are deeply religious and Christian, but I mean, they don't make up the majority, but I don't think that was... Oh, I get a break. Minute 20. I'll keep reading, though.
Cringe. This is like a back.
Thank you, Karina. I was pretty spot on with my timing there. Who redeemed that, by the way? Who went with coping? Oh, RV went with coping. Cope. And for those of you who don't know, fucking Infrared has fucking said cope for 45 minutes straight. That's not hyperbole. That's not exaggeration. 45 minutes. And he yelled at people for hours and hours and hours. I mean, we're talking like it was 10 hours or something like that. He wouldn't get off the line until like 6 a.m. or something like that. Yeah, it was like full mental breakdown territory. So me Trey made a song out of it. Let's see. Fair enough with her. China's film authority has ordered all cinemas to screen propaganda films at least twice a week. Proletariat. Workers' paradise. Just, that's a thing. But again, I'm just a CIA agent for Western imperialism, so don't trust me or anything like that, right? Oh yeah, right. We talked about that one. I talked about that one last week on Friday or Thursday. Yeah, that they invented a French journalist. Oh, it was brilliant. It's like, good job, guys. Hey, Rabbit, you want to field that one for dumplings? Premarital, maybe not for long from what I hear. He's flunking out. Like, one class away from flunking out entirely. Yeah, so. Choose what I hear through the grapevine. Take it for what it's worth. It's Show Me by Jasted. Let me get a... Is there a way to copy song link? Here you go, Wither. There's the song link. Cool. Let's see. Thoughts on Mastodon? I presume you mean the microblogging open source social networking software and not the like prehistoric creature or the band. I think that's a band too, right? Asmite. So yeah, I'm okay with it, but it's not doing well. Kira the band. Yeah, I fucking like, are they I mean metal band too. Okay. Yeah, it's hang on, give me one sec. I remember reading. There's some sort of problem I'm trying to find it. Yeah, the creator... No, Astamite. It has to do with the creator. He's apparently there. It's literally like people are saying there's warring philosophies within the development cycle of it. And so there seems to be... I'm going to read this for you, Astamite. And this is from Raffen, or Rafin. I forget how we say this dude's name. His name is Shel Rafin. He's the creator of Mastodon. Basically, Mastodon's users are separated between two camps, those who prefer discoverability and those who discourage it. It's more accurate to say Mastodon is increasingly forced to choose between its marginalized queer user base and white, well-off male tech workers who support Rockchip's BDFL vision. Raffin, quote, believes Mastodon is getting better slowly, thanks in part to new queer users challenging fragile privileged queer users. But even then, the platform's remaining queer community has grown increasingly upset with Rockcho's leadership after he's another elf figure within the community after Rockcho unexpectedly introduced trends tracking for words, phrases, and hashtags, marginalized users who feared harassment from the feature, criticized its unexpected implementation. Rockcho replied with a toot, arguing he built Mastodon the way I wanted, and that those who dislike the project should not give a shit about your failed should not give me shit about your failed expectations. There's the door, there's the code, there's the alternative, he said. Hey, Stellar. So it seems that there's a rift in the Mastodon community, which usually leads to forks. So Mastodon is not yet stable as a platform. And when it forks, whether it will be cross-compatible or not, because a lot of those features, the community that would fork doesn't want. So they may just pull a lot of those features, eliminating cross-compatibility. And so, yeah, it's... Rabbit. Well, it was originally as... One could characterize it as communications platform rather than social media as we know it. So you can have like a server of people, a Mastodon node, right? Of people that you know and have vetted and trust, and you don't want discoverability. Whereas if you implement a network-wide discoverability, despite the fact that you are running an independent node, means that unnecessarily people from other hostile nodes may be aware of activity on your node. It's a whole fucking thing. Yes, Wither. In software development, especially open source, a fork is when you take an open source package and you go two different ways with it. Usually it's over feature sets, or maybe one becomes stale and the developer decides he doesn't want to work on it anymore, so somebody forks it and a new group of developers start working on it. That's what it is. Rye, it is. It is. Total experience on this one. I can tell you for a fact it is. Yeah. Yes. Basically Twitter, but Discord with a more convoluted UI than either. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's not a great platform. But I support all open source projects. I just like the fact that it exists. But yeah, they're having issues with their creator and one of the primary developers right now, and the community seems a little split. And so yeah, that's usually when you start to see a project fork. Oh God, Rye. Don't remind me. Oh, there's gonna be so much work to do to get away from it. Oh. Imagine that, Karina. Astamite, did you not know that Microsoft is... I don't know if they have yet. Yeah, they're in talks to buy Discord for like $10 billion. Yeah. Wither? Because $10 billion. No. Premarital. They have not bought them yet. They are in talks. There's no official purchase yet. But yeah. I mean, in the case of Bethesda, it's probably a good idea. And maybe EA even. When Microsoft is the more wholesome alternative, right? Oh, yeah, no. Microsoft can buy anything they want, basically. There's very few things that Microsoft can't outright buy. Yeah. Yeah, like, it can't be love. No, I think they might be able to buy that too, quite frankly. It's true. I can't believe no one likes capitalism. All right. Wait, hang on. Let me just check something real quickly. Oh, is that shipped? Give me one sec. Oh, good. It's fulfilled. All right. Yeah. 2 hours. Why not? Yeah, I'll probably forget it. All right. Who wants to jump on the line? It's been 2 hours. I haven't really done any headlines. I had some headlines. I mean, if anybody wants to fucking hear some of this shit. Fucking Navalny, the Putin critic, he's been moved to a prison hospital because of respiratory illness. He's probably dead. Not yet, but he's going to be dead soon. The Florida emergency. Who the fuck cares, Sassy? Down the line and we'll see what sorts out. The Florida emergency phosphate plant pond leak, governor has declared a state of emergency. How much of the 500 would Discord be on stock market, I think? Microsoft has 131 billion in available short-term capital just for purchases. It's not a small amount. So state of emergency declared, evacuations, millions of gallons of wastewater are probably going to fucking spill over. So there's that one. Fucking a cop shop in Washington crowdfunded their K9's hospital bills after there was an exchange of gunfire in a high-speed chase, only to find out later, after the community had raised like $75,000 for the fucking the vet bills for the dog, that the cops shot the dog themselves twice. Let's see. Honolulu Police Department is solving a smaller proportion of crimes than ever before, according to both state and federal data. At the same time, it's spending a record amount on overtime even before the pandemic, with some officers doubling their income and padding their retirements because they use what's called a last three average, or a high three average. So basically, you take the last 3 years of pay and you average them out before retirement, and this is what your retirement pay is based on. So they're doing a little grift, little scam, little fraud, as you do as a cop. Yes, Rabbit. He's fucking racist or something. Yeah. I mean, he's not worse than Putin. But yeah, that's that dude. Let's see. Labor Board reportedly has found that Amazon illegally fired their activist workers. So, I mean, there's that. There's an unfiltered picture of Khloe Kardashian. I can't believe I'm even going to report on this, but it is hilarious. An unfiltered picture of Khloe Kardashian was posted on Reddit, and mods got contacted not only by the Kardashians, but their legal teams, and threatened them with legal action if you didn't take it down. So now it has, of course, become a fucking, like a whole thing. And so, yeah, like the picture went viral, of course. Positive cops grifting in Honolulu? No way. Putin also has now signed a law that is basically going to allow him to, it resets his counter, his limits for how long he can hold office. So he's going to be holding office until 2036 now. No, he's not a dictator at all. Good guy. Camp 7 at Guantanamo Bay is being shut down. Camp 7 is where we held all the CIA black site prisoners in Guantanamo. It's on the list, Lucy. It's on the list. Yeah, I remember the diseased rats thing. LG is closing its mobile phone business worldwide. So I don't know if you fucking own an LG phone or not, but they're not going to make phones anymore. Microsoft won a U.S. Army contract for augmented reality headsets worth $21.9 billion over 10 years. They're going to be using the HoloLens system in the U.S. military, apparently. That is a thing now. And yes, we will, we'll actually show a photo too to go along with this one. Why did that open a new fucking window? There we go. And St. Louis inmates have rioted again. This is the fourth time in not that long of period of time. They're asking for court dates, vaccines, and quite frankly, just freedom. Some of these prisoners have been held since pre-pandemic and have yet to see a judge. So, I mean, you know, that's a thing. Positive synergy, as told by Swede up above. Microsoft has 131 billion in short-term capital for purchases, just to buy stuff with. 10 billion for Discord is not that much. It's 7.5% of their pocket, their pocket money. So yeah, that's how they afford that. Yeah. So this is, you know, over here. Yeah, over here. That's a thing. Yeah. Oh yeah, the Martian rainbow. Let me try and copy the image address. And something to end on a high note there. There's a Martian rainbow. I mean, it's not the same as we experience a rainbow, given the, you know, it may be the result of a lens flare. We're not entirely sure. Either way, let's just end on a high note. There is a Martian rainbow. Take it for what it's worth. Of that 131 billion, 14 billion is in cash. Like, could write a check tomorrow. Mars is gay confirmed. Jesus, sweet. Yeah. Yeah, so positive. That's how Microsoft, like, literally Microsoft could roll up and be like, here's $14 billion. Nothing. 7 months. Jesus. I can't believe that just came up. Or did you just do that, Curio? Either way. 7 fucking months. Looks very drab. I'm not joining. I mean, not one person in particular. They're a publicly traded company. Interesting, Curio. All right. Fair enough. Fair enough. I need to just remove that thing. I'm about to be pro polygamy. Violent, you know, if we could get our shit together, I would very much be in favor of that. I like the idea of that. I am on team people after all, but if we don't get our shit together, I don't want this like fascistic, capitalistic bullshit spreading to the stars. It's all we need. Oh, I've seen a number of these. Oh, yeah. That was the fucking Hyundai ad or whatever. Yeah, that was the Hyundai ad. It's not. It's a different thing entirely, premarital, but fair enough. I don't know. Windows 10's licensing scheme is for the amount of fucking work. Here's the thing. There's no less than 10,000 programmers involved in the Windows project. Right? What? I mean, sure, we're talking economics of scale here, for sure. But there's 10,000 people working on that project. And you pay what? Like $130? Maybe 99? You know, depending on your license type. I mean, granted, some of the server licensing sets are insane these days. I grant that. But as far as, you know, personal computers go, I mean, Microsoft is the least of the problems. Now, Office 360 is a whole other fucking ballgame. That's subscription-based shit. And yeah, that's dog shit. But, I mean, look at somebody like Adobe. Adobe's way worse than Microsoft right now. I mean, fuck. Like AutoCAD, way worse. I mean, there's a bunch that I could point to that are significantly worse than Microsoft licensing patterns right now. Office 360 is admittedly a problem, but again, that's SaaS. That's software as a service, which is a whole other fucking just can of worms. Very well. I've heard they exist, premarital. I've heard they exist. What's up, you Swedish prick?
Hello.
I
was just typing that SaaS is one of the hottest things in the investment banking space.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember when turn of the millennium and we were all on the back end starting to shift towards architectures that could support SaaS. And it just, I saw it as the harbinger of doom.
Yeah, we like lending money to SaaS because they're the last people to stop getting paid.
Yep. You gotta have the software fucking to run their shit. It's absolutely ridiculous.
We just wrote a loan for ProCare, which is the entry, security, and billing system for daycares. So it's like that old propaganda piece of the Kraken coming out of the ocean and having their hands in everything.
Mm-hmm.
It's the software just invades all of your daily tasks, and you just can't get rid of it.
And let's see. Right now, I'm trying to pull their. Oh, interesting. Of course, it's based on your pricing model. Of course, is based on the number of children in your care. So 0 to 60 is $50 a month, but that's introductory pricing only for new customers. Prices subject to change after that, after the 12-month window, of course. So it's $49 per month for under 60 kids, but if you keep it for a few years, which by the way, you're going to be locked into this software at the by the time when all is said and done, and so you're probably going to get jacked up to what, like $99 a month for that.
Oh, it's not just software. It's the hardware. It's the punch key system up front. It's the code system.
Yeah, I'm seeing I'm seeing QR codes, GPS curbside, fucking contactless check-in, check-out, staff tracking.
I know this because the daycare that
Yeah.
we use has this, and I mean it's slick. It's nice.
Yeah. Oh, right. That's long been a thing. Yeah. As to I mean, there's decent alternative non-FOSS software. Trust me, if I had my way, all software would be FOSS. But there's companies, there's like independent developer houses. Like I talked about Serif the other day because they're running a deal right now. Serif is what I use. Affinity Photo, Affinity Designer. I use them as Illustrator, Photoshop and Illustrator replacements, respectively. And right now they're running a 50% off deal. You can own the software. It's $25 for fuck's sake. And they have iPad versions. They've got Mac, Windows. Like, they do good work. And they provide updates and all sorts of stuff. And for like $25 for a Photoshop replacement. And it's a lot better than GIMP. It's so much better than GIMP. Like, that's an independent development house. It's a small group of coders doing what they do. And so, $25 to them, fuck yeah. Like, even $50. I mean, still, it's worth it. And I can get behind that sort of thing. Ideal world, yeah, it would all be FOSS. Here, I will put it in chat for you guys. There you go. Let me see if they're still running their fucking sale. They are still running their sale. So yeah, they have Designer, which is Illustrator. They have Photo, which is Photoshop, and they have Publisher, which is, I forget what Adobe's fucking version of this is. InDesign, maybe. But yeah, like books, magazines, marketing materials, stuff like that is what Publisher is for. And yeah, they're like $25 a piece. And they come with a bunch of fucking shit in them too.
The question is do they work with like the proprietary RAW?
Yes, they do. They have their own dedicated engine that is identical for iPads as well as the desktop versions. So there is no loss or difference in if you import your RAW photography into your iPad as a mobile solution, into the into Affinity Photo on your iPad and work with it, and export it over to your desktop. There is no loss there.
Okay, because I have a D700 and I shoot in RAW only because...
Yeah, I shoot in RAW as well. Yeah. Yeah, they do. They have their own custom RAW engine. And are they as good as Adobe? Look,
ladies and gentlemen, Alex Jones here for Proudly Radical. Since I owe Kai a few favors from back in the old days. Shit, I probably shouldn't talk about that. Wait, why are you still recording? Fine. Just be sure to edit it out. Anyways, as I was saying, this is Alex Jones, and I just wanted to teach the proletariat a few things about anarchism. Anarchism isn't about chaos. In fact, it's quite the opposite. Anarchism is about the people. It's about solidarity and mutual aid. It's about removing unjust authority and hierarchies. We should all be anarchists. The world would be a better place. Now, I'm going to apologize again to all those parents whose lives I ruined because I'm such a douchebag. Jones, out! All right, Kai, this has got to make us even for that incident you helped me out with.
Sassy, are they as good as Adobe? Look, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that like some of those like really weird high-end features that only like I've been a graphic designer for like 19 years type of people get into using. There are some features in Photoshop and Illustrator that Affinity, that Serif just hasn't coded in yet, but they're only on version 1.9 for fuck's sake. A Photoshop and Illustrator on version what, like 1,000 at this point, right? Better interface. I'll tell you that right now. Like way better interface. It's not that impenetrable Adobe UI. And as far as I can tell, everything that I've ever needed it to do, it can do. So, you know, there's that. Yeah, somebody mentioned fucking Paint Tool Sai. If you're doing, it's a Japanese developed toolkit for anime and manga. Their UI is awful. If you ever take a look at Sai's UI, it is just a clusterfuck of like, just throw everything on the screen at once. Yeah. But Sassy, I've been using Affinity products exclusively for quite some time. I don't use Illustrator. I don't use fucking Photoshop. I don't use any of that shit. I just, you know, yeah. Do anarchists have a line in vitamins and supplements? No, we'd probably just tell you to go fucking plant some stuff in your garden and get your vitamins naturally. I'd imagine that's probably the way they would go.
Paul Joseph Watson here for Brain Force Plus.
Yeah, Blender's a fucking nightmare to use. But once you're up to speed in Blender, then yeah, Blender is super powerful. Where's the Cappy cut? Well, I mean, there's Cappy.
You don't know why I like anarchism? Because there's no reason to hoard fucking graphics cards. I still can't find a 3080 anywhere.
Oh, yeah, no. Good luck with that. Yeah, Quaid, Blender is great, but the learning curve is just a wall. It is. Blender's brutal to learn. Also, don't forget Sphincter Sunlight. That's right. Exactly, Rabbit. How could we forget? One must bear one's sphincter to the sun to get, I don't know, super magic stuff. Rye bought a used 2080 before the shit went down. Got lucky. Sleep easy. Hashtag plant some shit, just like Ron Finlay. Size UI is garbo, but indie and one-time payment. Any artist starting out should consider it. Karina, I'd say just go get fucking Affinity Designer. It's a one-time payment as well, $25 right now. Vector graphics and isn't garbage interface. Hey, to each their own. Everybody has their preferences. Should one worship Boolean algebra? No, one should not worship Boolean algebra. Let's see. Let me check this over here. I don't know. Do you run in the IP circles, Swede? Do you keep up on that sort of shit?
For farm.
So SCOTUS sided with Google over Oracle in a copyright infringement case. Basically, Google reused a bunch of lines of code in Android that Oracle wrote, and they sided with Google. So I mean, there's potential ramifications here. Basically, here I'll read you the opine. The copied lines of code are part of a user interface that provides a way for programmers to access pre-written computer code through the use of simple commands. As a result, this code is different from many other types of code, such as the code that actually instructs the computer to execute a task. As part of an interface, the copied lines are inherently bound together with uncopyrightable ideas, the overall organization of the API, and the creation of the new creative expression, the code independently written by Google. Unlike many other computer programs, the value of the copied lines is in significant part derived from the investment of users, here computer programmers, who have learned the API system. Given these differences, application of fair use here is unlikely to undermine the general copyright protection that Congress provided computer programs.
So if I can show that only the people who work for me are using it, is that right?
It's seemingly that, I mean, one, shocking they actually understood software and programming at this level. But
no, their assistants did.
yeah, fair enough. Basically, the decision stipulates to interfaces being copyrightable, but it doesn't explore the issue beyond just assuming it to be true. But what it did is it re-implemented an interface in order to create a new transformative use, what they're calling fair use, which basically means that copyright is not enforceable against this kind of use. And so basically what they're saying is they're excluding the consideration of the copyrightable status of APIs, saying that they may or may not be copyrightable, but it's irrelevant because implementing an API does not violate copyright if it exists.
Interesting. We deal with it on pharmaceuticals, so we deal it on molecules.
Yes, Astomite, it's the Oracle Google thing. I've used Adobe for 19. Easy to pick up from that. Sassy, it should be. Go grab a trial right now. Like, Sassy, for real. Go grab a trial from Affinity. They do trials. Go grab a trial and try it. I think their trials are good for like 90 days, but you'll probably want to get in on the sale. Like I said, 50% of solid fucking deal. Picking up software packages that are updatable, that are one-time only payments are like $25. $50 for Illustrator and Photoshop. It's a good deal. But yeah, go grab a trial, Sassy, and just install it and play around with it. And don't let the it's new portion of it, it's going to be a different UI. Stuff's going to be not where you expect it to be and that sort of thing. But Indians. The Zero was invented by. Were they actually Hindu? I mean, I know they were from the Indian subcontinent, but I don't know what their particular religion was. But they were Indians that invented the Zero.
In Christian Europe, 0 was illegal as a number. If you use 0, you were a heretic.
Oh, sick.
There's a good book called Zero, The Biography of a Dangerous Idea, and it talks about how Christians didn't like the number 0 because it represented a godless area, nothingness.
Hey, Cassiopeia. It should still be illegal.
It should still be illegal, and then we wouldn't have calculus.
Oh.
I wouldn't complain.
And Rabbit, fair enough. Babylonians had a 0, but it was a placeholder, not a value. Yeah, the whole 0 valuation is probably where the revolution happened, not the placeholder, as it were. Cassiopeia, anytime you deal with 0, you have to deal with infinity, and only God is allowed to think about infinity. Stray. No more math for society. They've lost that right. Alright. So I can see that. There's a study that, is in Journal of Personality and Individual Differences. So a psych journal. first part of this, you're going to be like, of course. The last part, interesting, at least in my opinion. They found that men with psychopathic tendencies are better at faking remorse. They tend to be more successful at convincing others that they're remorseful and gaining their trust. Now, here's the part that I found interesting. Women high in emotionality and emotional intelligence were more consistently likely to favor psychopathic men. Indiana almost put into law that pi equals 3.2. I seem to remember that. Let's see. Somebody asked. I know somebody asked. What does favor mean in this case? In particular, women who show higher levels of emotionality, dependence, sentimentality, anxiety, fearfulness, as well as higher emotional intelligence scores were most likely to believe and trust the men who were the highest in psychopathy. It also suggests, the study also found that there is they need further investigation into this, but it suggested, some of the findings suggested, that psychopathic men actually might have some level of intelligence to selectively exploit women who demonstrate those traits as well. So there may be a reciprocal thing going on there.
So they're empaths that can select them out.
How do I lower my emotional intelligence? It seems to be, yeah, it's there. It's still one study that was particularly looking at rates of remorse and pseudo remorse or faking remorse within men who have psychopathic traits. But one of the interesting side effects of the study that they found was this knock-on ramification that, in fact, there seems to be some level of either both or one, there's either one of these things happening or both of these things happening, that either the women with higher emotional intelligence are being targeted and exploited by men who are exhibiting psychopathic traits, or there's a reciprocal relationship of some sort, and that men are targeting and exploiting that higher level of emotional intelligence and the emotionality, but also there's a reciprocal nature of it, and that women with those higher levels of emotionality and emotional intelligence actually seek out men with higher levels of psychopathic behavior. The study wasn't designed for elucidating that difference, so we don't know. Cassiopeia, I can get you, well, let's see. Let me get you the, this is gonna be fucking, yeah, it's gonna be science direct. Look, I'm posting where it's normally. If you know how to work with scientific journals and that sort of thing, again, I would never violate TOS or, that sort of stuff. Insert cover your ass disclaimer here. Here's the paywalled study link. Do your own search from there, Cassiopeia. But yeah, I found that was just an interesting little study that came across my desk, as it were. Were you in the room when I said about the Kardashian shit?
Yes.
That is so fucking stupid. they've got their teams of attorneys out there scrubbing Instagram and Reddit right now. As fast as people put them up, like they're getting deleted.
It's not surprising. You got money to burn, why not pay the attorneys to do it?
Just absolutely. And I mean, it's not even. It's not even like it's not like, oh my God, look at her, she's hideous. She just looks like a normal human being for once.
Yeah. Well, everybody's got to see it though, because everybody's got their question about how does she keep this, or what does she do for this, or how big are they? Or, yeah. It's just like when it happened to Jennifer Lawrence. It's like, dude, she's a normal woman. You could probably go see the same body type on porn sites.
Yeah, I just. Yeah, I just even mods tried to repost it and it got pulled by Reddit, right? Like it's getting pulled under like DMCA fucking copyright reasons. Can I show you? I mean, I think I could. Is a woman in a bikini TOS friendly? Like, is that a thing?
All the bits covered?
Yeah, all the bits are covered.
I'm sure it's.
I mean, not
It's Reddit friendly. Well, hell, porn is Reddit friendly.
Yes. Okay, so yeah, that's what we'll do. We're gonna put it on Discord. So those of you that are in Discord who want to see it, just to cover our asses, just in case.
Put it in the art gallery.
Yeah.
Put it in role-playing games.
All right, there you go. It's in shared content. It's an average-looking woman in a bikini. I mean, I don't know where she is. It looks like a great piece of property. I'd love to fucking be there. It looks like there's some mini golf course in the background, some mountains, a pool. It looks, it looks nice location. Yeah, exactly. Whether like a human, like they are literally DMCAing it down all over the place. Instagram, Reddit, mods over on Reddit, because that's how fucking like I came across it, is the mod support side, and the mods were talking about it. And they're like, dude, even a mod tried to put it up and it got pulled down by Reddit. Like this image is like persona non grata. And it's oh man, I can't even imagine. Okay, so there's a ton of bikini girls on Twitch working out and dancing. You know what? It'd be kind of funny to get a copyright strike off of this. I would take my first copyright strike off of that. That would be funny. So we're gonna put it up for like we're gonna claim fair use, right? We are talking about, this is transformative. It's contemporary issues. We're talking about the news of the day. We're talking it, in relation to intellectual property rights. As an anarchist, how intellectual property rights shouldn't exist, and how this is just an abuse of the DMCA takedown system. And so here is what we're looking at. This is the picture that is being struck from the internet. It's a chick in a bikini. Either way.
Mine eyes.
That is Rye. That is one of the Kardashians. Khloe. I had to check. I'm like, I don't fucking know. They're all the same person as far as I'm concerned. I know Kaiser, right? That's my feeling. Like, ugh. But you know, yeah. Is the Kardashian effect the new Streisand effect? Is she at least the one taking it? No, teams of attorneys are. A team of attorneys are the ones responsible for this. Yeah, I mean, talking about abuse of the system, right? You mean the Kardashians are one person with multiple personalities? I mean, you know. Imagine if that's your job. Oh, I know, right? There's a picture of me on Instagram that isn't filtered. Okay, Miss Kardashian. What would you like us to do about it? I don't know. Sue somebody. Get rid of it. Oh, Jesus Christ. All right, fine. You know, it's fucking at that level. It's probably, you know, $750 billable hour territory. Like, fine. I'll have my secretary write a letter to write an email to an admin at Reddit, and we'll charge you several grand for this. Okay.
$750 an hour, that little?
Who knows what they're retaining. They've probably got them on retainer anyway, so.
Yeah, but you charge against that on the hourly rate.
Some more. I don't know who took the picture. No, I don't fucking know anything more about it other than it's extraordinarily difficult to keep that picture up right now on Reddit and Instagram due to DMCA strikes. I'm thinking one personality in multiple bodies, says RV. Yeah, that's more accurate, actually. Maybe Cassiopeia. Maybe. I mean, they're posing. They must know how photos work. She looks like a person. Yeah. Too bad she doesn't act like one. I say, not knowing anything about these people. Oh, this was an interesting story. Did you see Pfizer halted corona vaccine shipments to Israel?
I did not see that.
The country failed to pay. They formed a new government, and they haven't been able to.
They've formed a new government.
They've got the parliamentary system, right? So they have to.
Okay.
Yeah, so they formed a new government, and they haven't been able to pass a budget. And so sorry, sending a text here. Yeah, so they formed a new government. They haven't been able to pass a budget, and so they haven't had the ability to allocate the funds. And so they were in default, non-payment status with Pfizer. So Pfizer said, no more vaccines for you if you're not going to pay us. Yeah, capitalism.
I should be surprised. This should shock me.
Yeah. It's, yeah, I saw that. I saw the headline. Pfizer halts corona vaccine shipments to Israel after country fails to pay. Was the fucking jpost.com headline. And I was like, are you shitting me? Like, what happened? And then, of course, the parliamentary stuff. I was like, oh, okay.
Didn't our government step in and pay for them? The Support Israel party? Didn't the Republicans come in and pay for it?
Nope. 700 a shipment. The next shipment was 700,000 doses, and it was actually expected to arrive yesterday, and Pfizer just didn't send it. They're just like, no. They
Checks in the mail. So were the vaccines.
Yep. They failed to pay for the last 2.5 million. And so Pfizer let it slide for 2.5 million doses. And, you know, when it came down to that next 700,000 shipment, Pfizer's like, yeah, we're just going to hang on to this one for you. And of course,
Surprised they let it go that far.
Israeli army radio called Pfizer, reported that Pfizer called Israel a banana republic. Like, there's literally their propaganda wings are like stirring up anti-Pfizer propaganda and shit like that. Like, they're talking shit about us. Oh.
Didn't know that the United States created a new government for fruit purposes.
You know, they paid for the first 10 million, but they haven't paid for the last 2.5. And, well, you know, that only goes so far.
Full faith and credit, man. Full faith and credit. Just print more money.
I was still waiting for Christian Denner's book. I uploaded porn of my daughter, and now we're the biggest family in USA. A rags to riches story. Fair enough. Rabbit, that psychopath study is more interesting than I thought. Ha! See? I have good taste in studies, Rabbit. Did they even start vaxxing Palestinians yet? You're adorable, Lucy. Oh, bless your heart. By vaccinating, do you mean shooting at? Because if that's what you mean, then yeah, they've been vaccinating the fuck out of them.
Can't wait till the vaccine gets tested against the P1 and the Indian variant.
Yeah, I saw that some of the British variant or whatever the fuck was tested pretty well against it, but I haven't seen any of the, who's doing any new testing against the newer stuff.
They're too new. And the B1, yeah, that's the B117, the one you're referring to. But the P1 and the whatever the Indian variant is called, the only reason I call it the Indian is because that's where the major breakout is. That one's nasty. It's like hitting young people really hard.
Sports Ball Live. Well, I mean, you're welcome to your opinion, but yeah, Sassy, there's a few variants, actually. Do you know them all off the top of your head, Swede?
Most of them. I know the ones that are either causing either more virulent spread, affecting different age groups. So the four major ones right now are the B117, the P1, the Indian variant, and then the Florida one right now. And right, the Florida one and the B117 are little concerned because they're testing well. The P1 and the Indian have not been tested sufficiently, and so it's kind of scary because even the B117 didn't hit the young people very hard. Neither did the Florida variant. So it's coming down to these two being way worse. And if they're way worse and the vaccine does nothing against them, because the mRNA vaccine doesn't give you immunity, it just prevents you from getting the symptoms as your body fights it off. So you're still going to get P1. The question is how hard is it going to hit you?
I'm just happy. I just gotta say,
your 5G internet will be great with the microchip.
Yeah. Oh, Estrella, is kulak a slur? Not that I'm aware of. I mean, it was a a class of people in Ukraine. I mean, not that I'm aware, but I mean, I'm a gay man who had to be informed fucking like last year that apparently sexual preference is derogatory now. So, as for the euphemism treadmill, I don't keep up with whatever the latest version is. So I couldn't tell you. But I don't think it is. Is it, Sassy? Like, it was a class of people, but, I mean, we literally write articles about them still to this day. Like, I mean, look.
Hey, congratulations to the Baylor Bears for winning the men's basketball national title.
Sports ball.
It's news.
I Sassy, I don't fucking know. Yeah, Rabbit. Apparently, sexually transmitted disease. Is it STI now? What do we go? What do we rotated that one to now too? Rabbit. Do we know?
It certainly makes conversations about short-term disability insurance a lot easier. Would you like to buy some STD? What?
Let's see. Personal life. I mean, what is he? Probably Greek Orthodox based off. I'm not seeing anything. I love this fucking. Oh, he's Sephardi. He's a Sephardi Jew. All right. So we know how to characterize that shit now. Sports Ball Live. Fucking with the anti-vax conspiracy shit, and then also look up the CEO of Pfizer. He's from a certain religion, and I just don't know what to think. He's Jewish. It's always 3 steps away. It's always 3 steps away. It never ceases to amaze me.
I'm a Newton bitter.
Oh my god.
Sports ball, are you Austrian?
Let's see. No, STI is is the English term. It's something like thing you get, which in no way indicates your character, but probably means you need to inform your partners. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, thank you for that update, RV. Yeah, it's always just wait a second. 3, 2, and there it is. I was actually looking at the Reform Temple up the street, because they're the largest like Reform synagogue in Nevada is like right up the street from me. And you know, I was actually cruising the Las Vegas Locals subreddit, which, by the way, is a nightmare of a subreddit. We are the most jaded, angry group of Redditors, probably like outside of like some of the incel subreddits. It is hilarious. Somebody asks an honest question and they just get downvoted into oblivion. It's like, nope, fuck you for not knowing the thing you don't know. It's just a brutal subreddit. But somebody was. Vegas Locals. And so yeah, somebody was looking for a Reform Temple, and there's the largest one in the state is right up the street from me, and I just went, you know, I've driven past it for years and years and years now, and I was like, hey, you know what, let me go looking, see if they have some like 101 adult coursework sort of thing. Like, I've got Lucy in my community who's studying to be an imam, and I'd like to get some, like, Judaism under my belt. I've got the Christianity pretty well covered myself. I've got fucking Zoroastrianism, I've got Taoism, I've got a whole bunch of stuff covered for myself. But yeah, I'd like to round out that theological knowledge with some Judaism and some Islam while I'm at it. And Lucy's gonna be a little study partner for me. They've said that they're gonna help me on that front. I was like, I wonder if they, like, do they have a thing like, hey, you're not like really into it or one of us, but like you're curious, come on in sort of situation. So I was reading their website the other day, actually. Fascinating group of people, actually, the Reform Jews. So, fucking, we don't care if you're gay or straight or trans or immigrant or whatever. Like, they really don't give a shit. It's like, I respect it. Hey, shrimps. Okay, so... Oh, Jesus Christ. Rabbit, I just saw what was going on there. Holy shit. And fantastic, Mr. Chad. The guy that you just said, I can't tell if you're an idiot or just bigoted to. 1 is gay, and 2 is a college professor. Anthropology, but archaeology and anthropology, not exactly his field, right? Yeah, right, Rabbit. You're just one of those self-hating queers. I'm the same camp. I've been charged and accused of the same thing just because I don't fucking pay any attention to this shit. It's like, you don't know the latest turn of the euphemism treadmill, you bigot. Okay. All right. Well, thanks for educating me in the most compassionate way possible. Hey, fantastic, Mr. Chad. Welcome to my community. Really, really interesting way of introducing yourself to the community by insulting a valued member of multiple communities, a intellectual unto his own right, and an expert in his field. Really, really an interesting way to introduce yourself. Hi. Fuck that guy over there. I'm a totally nice guy. Yeah, like that dude. Like, dial it back like 1,000 notches or something. I'm a homophobic, heterosexual, lesbo trader because I kiss men sometimes. Rock on, premarital. Yeah, exactly.
I'm having trouble following that one.
It's, yeah, sometimes a simple hi will suffice. Yeah, actually, sports ball. By age 19, I had visited all 48 contiguous states. I was in a traveling family. Let's just put it that way. Mom was a corporate reorganizer. So yeah, I've been through and visited Ohio, not at any length. It's not one of the ones I've put a lot of time into. To be frank, mid-country for me is, God, okay, we call it flyover for a reason. Anyway, I'm a coastal boy. Though right now I'm not on the coast. Right now I'm in Vegas, so technically Southwest. But, New England, the Southeast, though, if I'm vacationing, I'm in the Caribbean infamously, or Central America. But, yeah. But what's your comment? It's tough out here with COVID. Yeah, man, I imagine. There's a lot of places. It's just... Yeah. Hey, Walada. If you talk about bigots, learn the history of the word idiot. Look, I'm not going to get into the ableism stuff. I'm sorry. This is. I'm keeping idiot. I'm keeping moron. I'm keeping crazy. I'm keeping batshit insane. I'm just keeping these. I'm sorry. I refuse to relinquish them under the banner of ableism. I'm keeping them. I'm sorry. Look up the euphemism treadmill and understand there will be a new term and it's a new insult in another day. I refuse. I just refuse. Like, I'm keeping those. They've been out of use as proper medical terms for generations now. There's like multiple generations that have been born since those terms went out of fashion. I'm keeping them. Rye, even that one, you know, I get it. But dude, that one's got good punch to it. It's a good word. It's got punch, right? The hard, the r, you know, duh. Like, as far as phonetics go, that word's got punch. Oh, rye. Yeah, no, it was a nightmare growing up. Fucking, like, actually, like, I talk to people who are like, oh, I've known them since I was since we met in kindergarten. It's like, I have no one like that in my life. No. It's sassy. There was a girl in college 16 years ago who was trying to start a Jewish club. I meant it sincerely, and I told her, good luck, honey. She said, everyone keeps saying that. Sassy, where was that? What state was there? What state was that? That's fucking funny. Premarital, nice. Sports ball, I am. For a couple of different reasons, but I am. Yeah. East Tennessee. Oh, she was new. Yeah. My stint. I was Northeast Tip. I was Tri-Cities. So if you're familiar with the area, that's where I was. So yeah, for sure. They don't even think Catholics are Christian in that part of the world. Like, you gotta fuck around and try and start a Jewish club? Maybe over in Charleston. Oh, nice. Maybe over in Charleston. Like, you could pull something like that, but not that part. No, for sure. Yeah, right. I hear you on that. It is usually projection. Sports ball. Time travel. First, you're going to need some time travel technology. All right. One, you're going to want to time travel back to 1986 as a 4-year-old. You're going to want to get a parent who puts you in front of a hospital mainframe, and begins your career in information technology, basically at the age of 4. Right? So you're going to want to keep at this all the way up for a decade. So to the point where you're doing custom programming at age 14. Move to a larger city at that point so you can get some exposure in a larger area. Preferably something with like many multi-million dollar, if not multi-billion dollar corporations and entities in them. Do some field work and some technical work for companies in the area to get your feet wet and get exposure and that sort of thing. Have a boss who is a complete fool and doesn't value his corporate clients. Spin off a private private IT consultancy at age 25 and steal all of his corporate clients that basically you got for him anyway. Put them on contract. Do that for about a decade or so. Burn out hard and then retire. There's your map. Yeah, straight. What religions do we have in Nevada? Pretty much all of them. I can't imagine. I mean, I got a Hindu family right down the street from me. I got surrounded by fucking Mormons. We've got Korean Jesus here. We got Korean church, like Christian churches. We've got Catholics. We've got Buddhists. I mean, we have in Las Vegas, the #1 immigrant community here is all Asian. It's like South Pacific Asian and Southeast Asian. And so we've got, Taoism, Zen Buddhism. We've got a lot.
You got touristism.
Yeah. Probably. Do we have the Moonies? Probably. Let me check. Yeah, it actually has a conference center here. Yeah, the Moonies have a conference center here. So, yeah, we got the Moonies. Oh, yeah, we got Scientology. Yeah, for sure. That's right down on Flamingo. I may or may not have visited and trolled them.
Ooh, that's what we can do when I come down there in October.
You want to go fuck with the Scientologists? Yeah, they're right.
Fun.
They're right down on Flamingo. It's an easy visit. You can like jump down if you're gonna be on the strip. Yeah, you could. It's a straight shot.
Control the people that are stand outside and try to hand out personality tests, or do you actually go in and do the personality test?
Oh, you go in and do it. Yeah, for sure. Like, hey, I was browsing YouTube and I came across some video on Dianetics, and it just I was curious, so I looked you up and I thought I'd come on down here, and I don't know. Do you have anything I could learn from? Any literature? Anybody I can speak to? Hook, line, and sinker.
How do you get out of the room though?
You just fucking stand up and walk out when you're done with them.
Okay, so they don't actually like try to block you or anything?
No, they're not fucking stupid. They're not gonna try and kidnap you. Fucking like hold you against your will and shit. You're like, yeah, you know what? This isn't for me. Second thought, I'm good. Well, but actually, no, we're done here. You throw that little bass in your voice and you fucking look them straight in the eye and you're like, no, we're done here. And you walk out.
Thanks for teaching me how to be more stand up in my life.
That's it. That's it. You just fucking shut them down. Hey, Brown Eye Girl. No, they don't all do that. Thank you for the resub, Brown Eyed. Yes.
The Masons do not.
Yeah, they're the one I could get into probably the easiest. Given the fact that, the grandfather was a 33rd degree and my father's a Mason as well. So with the paternal lineage that I have going with the Freemasons, I could probably get in there pretty easily.
I think everybody's grandfather, at least everybody I've met's grandfather was a 33rd degree. Mine was too.
Yeah, dude, it was a thing to do there for a while. Like, that was how you got shit done for a beat. Like, the bank, the fucking president of the bank, the mayor, the entire city council, they were all fucking Masons. Like, if you wanted to go anywhere in small town America, you better know a goddamn Mason.
The 34th is just the head of it all?
Shriners, usually. That's the face of that version. Is after you're the 33rd and you want to do some public works, you put on the fucking tiny hat and you get in the car and you drive down the street. Yeah, it gets goofy after that. I have the study notes from the Dormer, Massachusetts Masonic Lodge. I have all levels, all degrees of Masonic study notes because some dumbass digitized them. And for sure, there's no one that's going to be interested in your Masonic study notes for all of your degrees. So just go ahead and put those on an electronic system somewhere. I'm sure they won't get leaked out pretty fast. Oh, I have them. Big hat, mini car. There you go. Stupid fucking the Fez and the mini car. Yeah.
Fezes are cool. If anybody taught us that, it was Matt Smith.
Yep. Fezes are cool. The kidnapping.
Just like bow ties.
Yeah, oh yeah. Well, the bow tie is a very distinct look. You have to be able to pull off. The kidnapping only happens for a select few managers or wives with Scientology. Yeah. What's her name? fucking Miscavige's wife that's still fucking missing, that's being held hostage in some like mountain retreat somewhere or some shit. Yeah. So do all religions allow the public in and out? I mean, most of them do. Most of them do. Most of them like they want to recruit. They want to proselytize. So they're big about, like, yeah, come on in. We'll shake hands and show you around the temple or the church or the facilities or whatever and talk to you about what it is, because we're here to spread the good word, whatever that word may be.
They'll probably tell you about the custom of entering, like you can't wear your shoes inside of a mosque, or you can't, you can't just walk in and just trudge around.
If you're going to go visit anybody, go visit the Sikhs. The Sikhs are the coolest goddamn people on the planet.
Yeah, they feed the poor.
Yeah.
Or they feed everyone.
Yeah. Yeah, they doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. They you're not going hungry if there's a Sikh near you. They are, I have mad respect for them.
They literally serve, like 10,000 people a night or something like that?
At the Golden Temple, it's, they mad amounts. I think it may be like 40.
Bill Gates all the way down to the broke.
Yep, doesn't matter. 100,000 a day. 100,000 a day inside the Golden Temple alone.
And they're a warrior class that doesn't want to fight. It's kind of cool like that.
Yeah, that Shelly Miscavige. Yeah, Shelly. Thank you, Patronum. Yeah, they are. That's the symbolic knife. It has a name. I don't know the name off the top of my head. But yeah, they are a warrior class. They are tasked in their religious doctrine to protect. That's what that knife is about. That's what that dagger is about, is protection. At all costs. Yeah, they're Kirpan. Thank you, Cave. Yeah, they are. Oh yeah, Patronum, the turban gets them in trouble. The fucking dumbass fucking Western chuds are like, that's that Taliban. Them be ISIS. It's like, oh, for fuck's sake, they're Sikh. They're the coolest people on this planet. Please leave them alone.
I want Sikh to be like whatever is on the cabinet to like tell Joe that we need to feed people, not bomb them.
Yeah, it was, let's see. Is it? Was it Indira's, son? Was it Rajiv? No, that's who...
Was it an ordered assassination, though?
It was in retaliation. It was Indira Gandhi, I think, that was assassinated by her Sikh bodyguards. Right? 84. Yeah, I think that's probably who Marcus is referencing. Basically, it was in retaliation for an attack on the Golden Temple. Yeah, it was a skeptic. Yeah, it was Indira ordered the army into the Golden Temple. Yeah, it's an attack on the Golden Temple, so it was in retaliation. Her own Sikh, her own bodyguards, two of which were Sikh, fucking just opened up a hail of gunfire. Yeah.
Sikh James made me not be an anti-theist. Because I'm like, you know what? Those are people I can sit with and not have a care in the world with.
Sikhs feed people. A lot of what they do is maybe soften my anti-theist outlooks. Yeah, no, the Sikhs are, I mean, my only issue, but they're totally open about it, is an is non-hierarchical, anarchist, anti-authoritarian, right? Like, if you ask a Sikh why, oftentimes they will fall back to because Guru says. What their entire philosophy is based off of a series of texts and doctrines written by a series of gurus. but they're open about it. It's they literally like, yeah, these are human beings who wrote some really good ideas and stuff. It's not like they're like, and this is the second coming of God, and this person was imbued with magic. It's because Guru says, but at the core of it, it's because Guru had a good idea. And so I can get behind that. But yeah, I get a little twitchy around that sort of thing. Like, why? Because Guru says. It's like, oh, God, how about if we go with because it's a really good idea and because empathy and kindness are the way to go? You know, don't go with that Guru shit with me. But other than that, I love them.
It's still better than your fundamentalist presuppositional apologetics.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah.
You can't have morality without a god.
And then you talk to a hyper individualist, you're like, well, maybe actually some of these fuckers need a god, quite frankly.
I end up looking at him, I go, look, if you need a god to tell you not to murder people, then please do not stop believing. Please do not stop believing.
Yeah, exactly. Yes. And am I familiar with the anti-Sikh riots? Yeah, something like 3,800 or something is the official number, but it could go as high as 10,000 nationwide. After the Indira assassination. Yeah, Rabbit. It's why I enjoy Judaism to a certain extent. I get their shtick. Rabbit said, gotta respect religion who some of their biggest holy days is when they survive some horrible tragedy. Yeah, I like how the Jewish tradition has, like the inclusion of bitter herbs and shit like that in the meals, just to remind you it's not all fucking gravy. It's not all just sweets and good times. It's like, on our holy day we eat the best of things. And the Jewish tradition is like, yeah, and we eat this horrible bitter green leaf just to remind us. Like, I like it. I dig it.
Well, it's like, even though my wife and I do really well right now, I sit down and try to remind myself of that day that I had to ration a ramen packet and then knock on my neighbor's door because I didn't have electricity and they did, and I wanted to cook it. It brings you back to reality.
Premarital, I've heard both versions of that. I couldn't tell you which is the official version, but as far as I'm concerned, I'd let them have a pass no matter what. They're most 98%, 99% of the Sikhs I've ever encountered, and they're the best people. They're the best people. They have problems in their communities. They're human beings after all. They have bad days. They have good days. They have jackasses amongst them. But taken collectively, taken as a community, god damn it, the Sikhs are some amazing fucking people. So I just let them pass, whatever. Hey, Momo. All right, cool. All right. I mean, it depends what you're trying to explain, Marcus, but I mean, I'm open to it. I mean, I'm not entirely. Yes, I mean, quite frankly, the riots were kicked off by the assassination of a beloved political figure. Sure, the community took the rap, so I understand that aspect, but I mean, it wasn't context. Asterisk it. That's all I'm saying.
It's fun to think about it. On the other side, though, is that that Ponzi scheme from GPB that's going on right now, that's in the court case. The leader is a Scientologist, and it's like, I knew it.
Is it Hindu that's authoritarian? Oh yeah, Hindu's super classist, super hierarchical. It's kind of a fucked up, brutal religion when you get down to brass tacks.
It's casteist.
Yeah. But hang on, I'll get it for you. There you go.
Oh yeah, Gandhi was like disgusted by the untouchables. And,
Oh yeah, he's a douchebag. I have quotes by Gandhi that like he wasn't this peaceful fucking martyr everybody makes him thinks he is.
have you ever played Civ?
he talked about openly about how the only reason he was using those means was because the British Empire had deprived them of all other means of revolution. Had he had access to weapons, he'd have been shooting motherfuckers in the street. Right? Like, this wasn't some, peaceful, moralistic, ethical decision that he made. It was the fact that he had no other means at his disposal that he chose that route. And he was open about that. And one of the first...
Give him a nuke.
Yeah. One of the first things that he did, that the newly formed government did after they came to power, was ban peaceful protests. That was one of the first things they did, was outlaw the very means by which they came to power. All right, so don't get it too twisted.
Just like every dictatorship.
Yeah, oh yeah, and then the whole granddaughter stuff. What's the best religious group to me? Taoists. I have a giant soft spot for Taoists. Taoists are sort of considered I assume non-peaceful protests didn't remain legal? Yeah. I have a giant soft spot for Taoists. They're considered by many anarchists as proto-anarchists. Even Peter Marshall in Demanding the Impossible classifies Taoists as a sort of form of proto-anarchism in a way, or at least there's some elements thereof. Yeah, I have a giant soft spot for Taoists. Also, the coolest name is Zoroastrianism. That's just the coolest religion name. Plain and simple. Yes, Zealot. I see it on my top screen. What popped up on my top screen was just a line of what appear to be, for at least from the back, very attractive naked women with their asses pixelated out. Just sort of popped up on my screen. I'm like, okay. The Gnostics were pretty based. Dude, the Gnostics annoy the shit out of me. All right. It's not the original Gnostics that annoy the shit out of me. It's contemporary people who ascribe to Gnosticism. They annoy the shit out of me. And I can actually point you to a modern day Gnostic if you're curious. You can go talk to them. They're obnoxious as fuck. But yeah, I called one out recently. They were talking some crazy shit, and I was like, that's a Gnostic right there. And sure enough, the dude goes on to was it Pyrrhus? I forget the fucking hang on, I can yeah, fuck it. It's not worth my time trying to find the goddamn corpus. But yeah, I immediately was like, that's Gnosticism, guaranteed. And sure enough, yeah, it's they drive me a little nuts sometimes. Basically because they stray into that like almost spirit science realm. Contemporary Gnostics end up in that sort of like sacred geometry, spirit science arena of woo-woo that gets a little wearing sometimes. I mean, it's in shared content, Skeptic. Dudists. Patronum. I knew somebody who's ordained in that actually. The vagina of the parrot is a common expletive in Argentina. Dude, you Argies have some weird ass swear words. I've seen a bunch of them. which I've replaced with the vagina of Zoroaster, solely because the name rolls off the tongue so nice. I respect it. Oh, the neo-Gnosticism is irritating as fuck. Yeah, Rabbit, they drive me up a wall. Sports Ball, I did, but I dropped out right before I finished because it was getting in the way of me, well, my career. Information technology in that era, every hour, hey, RV. Every hour I was spending in school was, I mean, $200, $120 out of my pocket. And not only just like that, I'm paying somebody, right? Right? I'm literally paying to be in this class, so you're double dipping in my pocket. So, yeah. So yeah, I dropped out. I was doing management of information systems. One of these days I may go back for a poli-sci degree though, just for shits and giggles.
Hebrew, Greek. It's fun.
Nice. L, just met a dude like this on Discord. Dude wanted to be a Gnostic, but was too much of a Philibalist? Yeah. Sorry, that one hasn't come across my desk in a while. Jesus Christ, to actually do so. He was in a tough spot in this regard, in my estimation.
Fallibilist?
Its knowledge is never certain.
Oh, it's the certainty paradox.
Yeah. But yeah, no, Gnostics are super obnoxious people. They are. And you can usually spot them by they're constantly getting into arguments with Christians over the fact, which is always hilarious, by the way, that Satan and Lucifer are different people. It just depends who you talk to. Some people disagree, some people agree. It's all over the map. Depends what sect you speak to as to what the decision on this is. And I promise you, go to fucking like DuckDuck, type in, is Satan Lucifer? The top results are yes, yes, no, no, yes, no, maybe yes, no, maybe yes, no. It's like that. There's no...
And then Lucifer doesn't refer to a person but Babylon.
Yeah. There is no consensus on this whatsoever. And there's no passage in the Bible that one-to-one compares fucking, Satan. It says Satan is Lucifer, Lucifer is Satan, and Lucifer means light break, all this sort of shit. Gnostics get into this fight on a regular basis. If you hear somebody yelling about how Lucifer isn't Satan, you've got a Gnostic somewhere near you.
Like the name of God or something like that, where they can call upon the actual true name of God and get what they want.
Oh, Rabbit, Modern Alchemist. I did my studies in Hermeticism, and I read Hermes Trismegistus and all of that sort of stuff. Yeah, for sure. If you catch a modern day alchemist, ooh, they're fun. They're fun. Marcus, is that you?
Yes.
Okay. Wasn't sure. I am going to just I am gonna add a nickname on you though, just so I know in the future.
Yeah, fair enough.
Gnostic texts are the best. Yeah, Rabbit, fun. See, Astamite, this is my position. You're having an argument about Superman versus Batman. Right? Like that's look, if you want to argue about it, argue about it. I don't care. You're free to argue about your fictional stuff all you want. But if you want to argue about Satan and Lucifer, understand it's a myth. Right? Like don't fucking get it twisted up in here. Like that's my position very much, Astamite, is they're not real. Knock that shit off. But if you want to argue it, just do it under the context of how would Batman beat Green Lantern, or is, whatever. Same thing. Let's see. All right. I'm getting my management of technology with minor of information systems degree this summer. I've worked 15 years in the industry and have already had the job, but work is paying for it. Fair enough, Patronum. That's a reason. I'm wondering if I know a Gnostic, trying to read what it is, and this is too familiar, and he's annoying in that regard. I'm telling you. You could spot him. So what's up, Marcus?
So yeah, I wanted to say, especially with Gnostics, they are barely people. But also I'd be super surprised if there were many Gnostics, considering context, religiously, that need to be involved for them.
Oh, we got one of these. Let me field it really quickly. Womped. By the way, my name's Kai. You've been around long enough, Womped. Kai. Nice to introduce myself again. We'll do the spiel. We'll do the shtick. Hi, my name's Kai. I'm an anarchist. That means I don't like authoritarianism. Let's see. How do you feel about anti-civil? Hi, Kia. Thanks, Estrella. How do you feel about anti-civil worldviews? Fuck them. Fuck those genocidal nut jobs. Fuck those maniacs. Murdering psychopaths. The lot of them. That's there. Unequivocally. No room for interpretation. The anti-civ people basically are advocating for killing off a bunch of a few billion people. That's all. They're like, hey, let's roll back agriculture. Let's roll back modern medicine. You know what? That's probably a good idea. I'm sure that won't, I don't know, devastate entire continents. You fucking genocidal maniacs. Yeah, no, fuck the anti-civ people.
Well, it's only if you care about people. Thanks, Wither, by the way.
Can we talk about how the agriculture
I'm from...
Oh, where are you from?
Mid-Atlantic, U.S.
All right. Fucking
Mid-Atlantic would be what, like Virginia to Pennsylvania?
Yeah, like Virginia, PA, Delaware, Maryland, all that sort of shit.
Maryland.
Hi, I'm from Nebraska.
Yeah, no. I would never be from actual Maryland because, I have self-respect.
Sure. I've driven through it many a times. And you're through it.
Sorry?
I said I've driven through it many a times. And you're through it. It's such a quick state to drive through.
No, not worth it. I mean, initially, I've come in for the Gnostic thing, but the original thing I came in for was like the different religion thing. Honestly, I'd say that the Giants are the only proper peaceful religion. Even then, it's split. But like there are sky-clad Giants who are hyper-sexist, patriarchal pieces of shit, and then normal Giants who are more egalitarian.
I'm distracted by want, to be perfectly honest.
I'm just waiting. I have my popcorn.
Sorry, I'm reading it too. Don't worry.
You need a popcorn emoji.
What first place?
No, Otto. We're talking about prims at this point. It is. It quite literally is. Which is on my cheat sheet. Guys, cs.kaisthings.com. There is literally a fucking link to that. It's called Mr. Gotcha. And it's literally a fucking meme. So here's where you.
Oh, well, I want to come on Discord.
Here's where you are. Here's where we are. There's a actual serf carrying a bundle of sticks saying we should improve society somewhat. Yet you participate in society. Curious. I'm very intelligent. Like this is literally the Mr. Gotcha meme.
How is that face not Charlie Kirk?
Oh, jeez.
It's not small enough to be Charlie Kirk.
There's a test. There's actually a 10-question test where you answer smaller, larger, or correct size based off of images of Charlie Kirk's face. I scored a 30%.
I'm sorry. We're talking about his face.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Because we've
body.
memeified his face to the point where nobody knows what his face actually looks like anymore. You're like, is it supposed to be bigger or smaller? Is that the right size? I don't know. There's actually a test online you can take that somebody made, and it's extraordinary.
That is.
If you go to Prager Urine,
I've never been so simultaneously proud and depressed in one moment.
Oh, yeah, Rabbit, it's 10 questions. I got 3 correct.
go to Prager Urine on its subreddit, and they have all the pictures of Charlie with varying sizes of face. It is hilarious.
Yeah, it's absolutely amazing. Fine, Womp, jump in the voice chat. Hey, recent study finds.
No. I'm a dirty fucking statist, so I'm more than happy to have.
Recent study finds 100% of Tab Cola drinkers are sex offenders, no exceptions. It's Curio's his Curio stream title for tonight. Are lizards secretly up to something? God, I love you, Curio.
Sorry, real quick. Australia, no, I've never been to the UK. I've been to France, Italy, and Germany. I have no fucking idea why my voice is like this. We've been like this for generations. We're a fucking mess. Alright? And yes, even to make it more confusing, I am black. We're a fucking mess.
Interesting. It does have that sort of like weird like UK inner city sort of tonality to it a little bit. Yeah, now I'm sort of hearing it. Interesting. Yeah, you've got a pretty interesting accent.
You know, I've heard it all my life, and so have my like family members. I have no idea how this fucking happened.
Interesting.
I'll say all of us are from like fucking Philly, if we're gonna be honest.
Oh man, that's my like I just all of my shit that's wrong with me, and I react to all sorts of foods and autoimmune stuff. But like if I'm going out tomorrow, I'm having a cheesesteak with whiz mushrooms and onions.
Oof. Oh, okay.
That's
wrong. I mean,
well,
it should be provolone.
No,
I'm
sorry.
But you know,
I'm sorry. I will fight, dude. The cheapest fucking cheese whiz shit. Like lather it on. I'm you know, and like maybe tater tots too. Quite frankly, like if we're gonna like shit food this up. Oof. Yeah, right. Like I'm gonna violate a whole bunch of fucking things, but yeah, that's my like deathbed food territory.
Thought is deathbed food.
No fucking.
No.
Dudes in the chat. Womp.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Give me a second. I'm just adjusting some volume levels. Always choose tots, right? Rabbit, steak only comes with whiz. I will die on this hill. Rabbit, I always knew you were a comrade, a true comrade in arms. Estrella cheese whiz is the way to go. It's a cheaper cheese. You gotta you lather it on. It's just brilliant.
Stockpiling snot for a couple of months. It's been me for 26 years. What am I supposed to do with that?
That's a good.
I'm not to be born with this accent.
Oh my god. Oh, Oh, fucking A. Yeah, it's Karina. Americans enough said, hey. All right, so Anthony Bourdain was one of the greatest men to ever walk this planet and had a fucking fine palate. And you know what his guilty pleasure was? KFC mac and cheese. All right? That was his guilty pleasure. He said the secret is that it's terrible. That's the truth of the matter.
I don't trust you to give any comment on a palette that you haven't been inside of. Like, that's...
I mean, how do you...
You're sort of biased.
How do you know I haven't been?
Fair.
Oh, man. To have slept with fucking Tony. Little Caesars is a big competitor there. Interesting. You know, Little Caesars like $5 and go is, I mean, if you're like drunk and college age, dude, that's a fucking deal. All right? Just rock up, fucking throw them a $5 and leave with a pizza.
Estrella, if you can eat a full English breakfast, I don't know what pant size you're in, but whew.
So how y'all doing?
Wither. Okay. Okay, so where do you want to start?
Well, can we talk about how totalitarian agriculture is the basis for authority? And like the concept of control the food, control the people.
Sure. Can we talk about it in the context of eliminating that system whole cloth in the manner that anti-civs advocate for would be tantamount to eliminating half the population of the planet?
Well, I don't think anti-civs talk about doing it immediately, right? Like, but I see the frustration there in that we're not getting even closer to it.
Like, I mean, you might as well talk about eliminating water.
No.
I mean,
we're talking about independence at its fundamental level here. Like, we can't be independent and depend on somebody else for our food.
Okay, so decentralize and distribute some of the food system. Let's talk about healthcare.
Well, a healthcare system is extremely expensive. Resource, time, labor.
But how do you make it so that you eliminate things like cancer treatments? How are you gonna decentralize cancer treatments?
You stop giving people cancer by
okay, so cancer didn't exist prior to the industrial era. Got it. Rabbit,
increased, right?
Hey, archaeology and anthropology professor.
It's not the same thing as not existing. I'm sorry. Like,
well, I mean, what studies do we have on cancer pre-civilization, right? Like, this is just conjecture, right?
Rabbit.
No. It's actually not conjecture. No, I mean, aside from the fact that we have bog bodies that actually demonstrate cancer and metastasis, we also have mummies that do the same thing. Like, this is not up for debate. This is the equivalent of people saying that. This is the equivalent of people saying that vaccines don't actually function. We absolutely have this shit.
My main argument with the healthcare system is it's way too expensive.
Okay, fine, but again,
Great.
the elimination of the anti-civ movement would mean the elimination of modern medicine as we know it, because it relies upon manufacturing methods that you would have to eliminate under those auspices and principalities.
It would be returning to natural medicine,
which works in some instances.
Yeah.
It's tantamount to genocide.
Continuing on as we are is tantamount to genocide.
Rabbit,
because
Rabbit, who is
going to run out of resources.
Rabbit, who has conducted field field studies and has actually, done actual digs as an archaeologist and an anthropologist, would like to point out we've got cancerous growths on primates going back 1 million years or so, and also natural medicine that works is also known as medicine. Yeah,
that's a brilliant Tim Minchin quote. yeah, I'm not an archaeologist. I'm not a conservator or anything like that. My batch is in religious studies. Like, if you honestly think that we have evidence that would support, I mean, I'm trying to be nice, but honestly, if you think we have evidence that will support your bullshit,
Well,
we
but
would have long ago adopted it into our actual systematic medical system. This is insane. Absolutely insane.
Estrella. But did cancer exist pre-Big Bang? Okay, so here's the long and short of it. Basically, okay.
Can I make a point on the resources thing?
Well, I mean, that's the thing is, okay, so the point is that, fucking capitalism, finite resources, infinite growth within a finite system, spiraling into some sort of climatological. This is why Kat, by the way, if you're familiar with the channel, Kat is a regular, Kat is a mod, Kat is my oldest mod, Kat has been with me before Twitch even. Kat firmly believes that Gen Z is going to go eco-fash on us. That there is going to be an uprising, a movement of eco-fascists within the Gen Z generation. And as a member of Gen Z, Kat makes this bad. Kat makes this astute observation. So, all right, fix the logistics. Right? Infinite growth within a finite system is impossible. Resource allocation is done improperly. So fix the fucking logistics. This doesn't mean we have to shut down our society. This doesn't mean we have to shut down civilization. This doesn't mean we have to shut down cultivation or industry as a whole. It doesn't mean we have to shut down modern medicine as a system. It doesn't mean we have to shut down international transit or globalization as a whole. It just means that the system is completely unbalanced, and it's clearly oriented towards a particular group. It's set up for the oligarchs. It's set up for the ruling class. What you have to do is make the system work for the people and the planet. That doesn't mean we have to tear down the cities and go back to living in thatched huts.
Well, think about the cities, right? They're always going to be dependent on somebody else's resources. I don't think there's any even getting away from that.
Vertical integration in farming, aquifer tapping, water recycling, saltwater.
Where are they getting all the building materials?
Our society is built upon depending on each other. You can't go to a place where everyone is so self-sufficient.
I'm sorry.
That's the goal, right?
They're going to get the building materials from.
Hang on.
They're going to get the building materials from the quarry, the same way that
whose quarry? Else. There's not going to be a quarry in the city. They're going to have to go to somebody else's land and take their shit off of their land.
What makes you think it's someone else's land?
Because there's not going to be a quarry in the city.
I think what we're talking about with private property has already been abolished.
Yeah.
So what is your solution?
So the end goal that I'm looking for is like a Garden of Eden situation where we have enough growing around us to have unmediated access to food.
So the world population is what?
3?
I don't know that we wouldn't be able to support the current population, but the current population is very difficult to support.
I want you to go on right now, and I want you to look at how many acres of naturally occurring forageable food takes to feed one person per year. How many acres? And then I want you to look around at the arable land that can support that, and then I want you to divide that out, and your number is going to be less than 1 million.
So the conditions that I'm looking for. So if you were trying to forage on the current landscape, right, it wouldn't work for everybody. We would need to actually change the current landscape to make this potential.
Yes, and we have no ability to change the landscape. Do you want to change the population?
How do you propose eliminating 19/20ths of the world's population?
I'm sorry, say that again?
How do you propose eliminating 19/20ths of the world's population?
I'm not proposing eliminating population.
But
Indirectly,
you
you are.
think the world would be better
You
off?
very much are, actually.
Well, we're marching towards like a situation where we're going to lose a lot more than that, right? I think so.
No, are we? Like, I want you to
Yeah.
definitively say, and with citations, that the resource game is up.
So we've got what 45 years worth of oil left that we know about.
Okay.
If we
You know,
continue going on the way we're going, we're going to see problems in the distribution network. It's going to slow down and it's eventually going to shut down. If people continue to live being dependent on some other place's food, they're going to run out of food and starve.
No, because we
Yeah.
can convert to other sources of energy for transportation.
No, that we don't really have one.
Yes.
We have multiple, but due to
No,
market
no.
forces,
Like,
we
like,
don't.
our-
After the sun goes to sleep at night.
So our distribution network is dependent on an easily accessible fuel source. Like we're not switching to like nuclear powered cars. We're not going to be able to generate enough electricity to run this massive distribution network. We're only able to run this massive distribution network right now.
No.
Compressed natural
The
gas.
issue is not nuclear power cars.
I don't know. Like I don't see a solution for it.
Compressed
Like,
natural
like,
gas.
Solar power,
I think
wind power, geothermal
So your
power,
solution is to
tidal
eliminate
power.
95% of the people on the planet.
No, what about compressed natural gas? Because we have 1 billion years worth of natural gas in the ground. There's so much natural gas. It's
Constantly being
unfathomable.
created anew.
But we're destroying our water supply to get at it.
It's not as much as you think.
No, like people are lighting their taps on fire after they've had fracking operations in their like nearby.
So what if we do?
It's been a-
What if we do all electric and nuclear
I don't
power?
tell you, that's actually a natural
No,
phenomenon.
that's natural gas extraction.
No.
It's a natural phenomenon in that area to begin with.
Wait, hang on.
No.
Let's.
They've seen this and reported
It
this.
happens with
fracking
happens with
operations.
fracking. Let's roll this back.
Shale
All right.
gas is
So
entirely different.
what? Give me 3 things that you think are irredeemable, unsolvable problems that are causing you to think that we need to dismantle civilization.
Man believes that he owns the earth, or this culture at least. That's one irredeemable facet. We act irrespective of the other life on Earth, and we don't understand our dependence on the complex interdependence of the ecology. We're using resources faster than they replenish themselves.
Okay. So one is 2 are cultural changes, and the third is a technology issue. We've proven
It's not.
we're using resources faster than they replenish is a technology issue. Resource usage is just logistics chain. So that is a simple math problem. That's just logistics, distribution, and consumption of resource goods throughout society. We need a more efficient methodology for implementing that. The other 2 are cultural changes, and you're seeing with the coming up generations that there's a more environmental awareness, and there's more respect being paid towards indigenous communities that already have had this, and you're going to see cultural sharing integrate even further as generations go by. Do we have those generations? I don't know. Do you think that you're sincerely going to successfully dismantle society, though?
I think it's going to do it itself.
You think that
I think that when the distribution network starts to break down, like you're going to see massive societal breakdown along with it.
Are you going off the 1980s UK strike as your prime example?
No. I'm talking about like a global economic breakdown where people become dependent on local resources that just aren't there because they haven't maintained them.
That's the micro example of your macro hope.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sorry.
So
forgive me, but-
you're wanting to see blood in the streets. You're hoping that.
No, I'm hoping to see the Garden of Eden.
Yeah, and how do you get to that garden?
Lots of work.
Like
we damage the landscape to a large degree, and like to get it back to that point, it's gonna be difficult.
Sorry, sir.
I think you're right,
Prayers
Al.
and fucking dreams. Like honestly.
I think you're right, Al.
If you're under the impression that any discrete extinction event is necessarily going to impinge on the ability of humans to survive, you have to justify that. I mean, 99.8% of species have gone extinct. You absolutely have to prove that the death of the polar bear or the ichneumon wasp is going to kill us. You can't just say something's going to go extinct, therefore we are fucked.
I'd just like to point out that, quite frankly, if you think that it's going to be the earth-loving fucking hippies and indigenous societies that survive that fucking filter, I hate to be the bearer of bad news. It's the billionaire who can build an underground bunker and domed city that has internal life support systems and an entire Garden of Eden in his city. That's who's going to be surviving. They're going to be the ones who go to space. They'll be the ones who survive that filter. So I would say get on team. Let's work on this problem rather than give into this existential crisis doomer shit.
Well, I am on team. Let's work on this problem. But I think we have, like, I probably disagree with you in the direction that.
I mean, I'm for decentralization and distribution of networks and local solutions. So, I mean, I just don't see how taking away insulin from somebody is going to be the solution.
Or watching children die from measles and mumps.
So you guys recognize that disease is a problem of civilization, right?
No, I'm sorry. Type 1 diabetes. Type 1 diabetes was a problem for humanity forever.
There's a reason why indigenous cultures were decimated by colonial diseases, is because they just didn't.
Oh, this will be brilliant. All right, Rabbit, it's your turn.
Among the dumbest things I've ever had the misfortune to hear.
I kind of wondered when that.
I'm not saying they had no disease, but they didn't have.
How about we speak to the indigenous person in the room who's also an anthropologist?
Sure. Oh, okay. So there's a couple of different assumptions that are playing into the way you're constructing this narrative that are not accurate. The first is the presumption that somewhere between 80 and 90% of the population of the Americas was quote unquote wiped out by disease. Technically, that was only populations that were already known. Now, we still have uncontacted tribes in the Amazon to this day. The question should appear in your head: if they're uncontacted, how can we know how many of them there are? The answer is we don't, which means there's no way to estimate how many people were killed by whatever happened during settlement. So you're just going to have to kind of throw out that stat, and you're going to have to build a new basis for the analysis.
Okay. So when the colonists arrived, the natives and the colonists interacted, right? And the colonists were living in high density colonies compared to the way the natives were living, correct?
Incorrect.
Incorrect.
Yeah, blatantly.
Incorrect.
So you're saying which part? That the colonists were not living in high density settlements?
No, you're presuming that there was this weird sort of, all the Indians were bouncing around, periodically meeting each other. Maybe they'd trip over a log.
I didn't say that.
It's
You
okay,
just
Momo.
said high
I'll
density
murder you.
versus low
Google.
density. Here's the concern.
I was saying the colonists were living in high density settlements comparatively.
I'm gonna need you to take a breath. You're presuming high density versus low density, when in fact, at time of contact, some of the largest cities in the world were present in the Americas. When Spanish explorers were first meeting the Central American tribes, for example, capital cities in that region were larger than London, were larger than Madrid, and were cleaner. And by the way, the Europeans thought it was weird that the Central Americans bathed so regularly, to the point where they noted that down. They actually thought it was funny. So what was going on with the tribes that they were meeting, it was not that there was a density issue, comparatively speaking, it was that there was a cleanliness issue. And by the way, the disease spread that you have heard about was in population centers, yes, but it wasn't in all of the population centers, because we have found archaeological remains with tuberculosis that go back almost 2,000 years. So
Okay.
it was a combination of several different things all happening at once.
Well, but
One-
here's what I was trying to get at there. The spread of disease seems, from my very little understanding of this, it seems to be one way, where the colonists brought diseases to the indigenous folk, not the other way around.
No, absolutely. Sorry.
I don't know if I'm just ignorant about this, but like that's how it seems.
Well,
Yeah, no,
you are,
I'm not,
but
not to be a dick about this. Obviously, my expertise is in the classical world, but absolutely the transmission of syphilis, among many other diseases, was from the New World to the quote-unquote Old World. It absolutely wasn't a one-way transmission.
syphilis is an interesting case. It did exist in Europe, but it was more of a sort of a long-term infection. It didn't really do a whole lot of damage. Best guess is that it originated in Africa and spread through Morocco, the Mediterranean regions. And then it hit the Americas and morphed into this amazingly virulent sexually transmitted disease, and then got brought back to Europe. And Europeans didn't have any immunity to the new mutated strain. So I think a little bit of give and take. I like to think of it as a trade relationship. They gave us guns and, smallpox, and we gave them a modified version of a disease that didn't kill us and wiped their asses out. So,
My
Give and take.
point being that it was not a single direction
Yeah,
transmission.
no. This is the CPG Gray video, who he was just quoting.
I don't know who that is. Apologies.
CPG Gray is a YouTuber who likes to quote guns, germs, and steel far too excessively, which is a
Okay.
terrible
So
text
101
by him.
philosophy students. Good to know.
Yeah, well, I mean, it was written by a cartographer who doesn't know how to read a map, so not exactly reliable speculative fiction. But getting back on point for the moment, regardless of how you view the disease spread, the reality is indigenous populations in the Americas had regular contact with Europe. If you look at the north, you will notice that there is this big ass island called Greenland and this big ass island called Iceland. And the Vikings made it across like several hundred years before Columbus ever showed up, and any of the major settlements that happened in the Caribbean.
But then they didn't come back, right? Like,
Oh yeah, they did several times. I mean,
Several.
they recorded Vineland. They talked about the Skraelings. There's several.
But
documented-
did they make any attempts to colonize it?
Yes.
Yeah, there are encampments that lasted several centuries up in Canada.
Never mind.
There's
encampment.
also
Who fucking gives a shit? They were there.
Well,
It doesn't mean that they had to colonize it. Not everything hinges on colonization.
Well, that's not exactly the point. There was a pretty ongoing relationship. I mean, we have the genetic relationship between South American coastal tribes and the tribes in Pacifica. So we know that they were making that transit on a pretty regular basis, and that goes back at least 1,500 years, if not longer. That's not even counting the ones that were up in Alaska. I mean, the Bering Strait is only a few miles across. They were regularly making that trip. So,
Rabbit,
have you guys considered what would happen to the current civilization if we had gotten like a nasty disease like the Black Plague? Like a 25% mortality rate kind of thing?
I mean, we can cure the Black Plague, but
like our whole thing would fall apart almost immediately.
But COVID just happened.
COVID's not the Black Plague.
We have MERS.
Not even close.
Why didn't Europe fall apart based off of the Black Plague?
It did. Didn't the Black Plague send it into the Dark Ages?
Well, but
the Black Plague.
No, that's several hundred years
what
apart.
you would call the Dark Ages. Yeah.
No, okay.
It's entirely separate.
Yeah, the Dark Ages was caused by the collapse of
Which, by the way,
Rome.
was the golden age of Islamic and Byzantine scholarship.
I
And you probably thank the Mongols for it too.
the foundational I'm just saying the foundational tenets and beliefs that you seem to have hinged this entire philosophy upon are tenuous at best. And I do have a question that spawned into my mind, Rabbit. Were there any examples that you found of large-scale indigenous communities that violated what we would consider the like norms of indigenous communities, sort of like raping the land sort of situation? Did anybody exploit and overexploit? Is that ever something that's come up?
Yeah, probably one of the better examples would be I'm hesitant to call it a city because when I say city, people compare it to modern urban centers like metropolises, millions of people. This was actually 20,000 to 50,000. We're not entirely sure because they just counted the number of houses. They didn't count the number of people. But there was a fairly large village,
sorry, real
I
quick.
guess you could say.
20K is like before Sumeria.
No. He's saying
No.
people.
This was in the Plains region. So think Kansas. And it goes by the sort of common name of, what is it? The Spanish called it one thing, and then the indigenous population called it something else. But basically, it's about a 2-hour drive outside of Wichita, Kansas. And
close to me.
Somewhere in the neighborhood of 20,000. We'll just go with 20,000 as like the base number. It was what would best be described as an industrial center where they pretty much exclusively processed buffaloes. Like they manufactured buffalo hides, they manufactured buffalo fat and pemmican, if you've ever heard of that. They put out factory
pemmican's a fucking hell of a caloric beast.
Oh yeah. And I mean, they were trading with the Wichita, with the Osage, with the Apache.
Is it Etzanoa?
Yeah, Etzanoa. Etzanoa is the name that the Spanish gave it because they couldn't pronounce what the local tribe called it.
Okay.
So
anything near Omaha is cool.
Well, that's the name we tend to call it. But I mean, Cahokia is another good example. They have a pyramid. Why do they have a pyramid? Because everybody else had a pyramid. So it was basically a tourist center. And we even find artifacts from Cahokia because it has a very particular art style. We find artifacts from Cahokia 800-900 miles away. So literally it was like, come get your collector shot glass, see the really cool pyramid, and then go back home and tell all your friends about it. It was Disneyland. So yeah, there's plenty of examples of various cultures throughout the Americas using what we would consider to be exploitation of natural resources.
So
it's almost like people like shiny shit.
Cat. Somebody earlier was somebody came through and asked if we have any egoists.
Oh no.
Yeah, and I name checked your ass.
Oh,
Oh, hey, Momo.
Yeah.
Egoist. You mean people who have never had a philosophy class?
Fucking well, we're one mountain at a time. But yeah, so I mean, here's where I'm coming at this, right? One, I'm a technologist. Two, I'm an anarchist. So yes, we need to decentralize, we need to distribute. I don't disagree that our agricultural system could use an overhaul, but this is where things like urban vertically integrated farming systems utilizing a more green power system and a reclaimed water network come into play for augmenting and supplementing food systems within the city. We definitely need to get more conservative about how we, utilize a whole host of our resources. We should be considering alternative resources as well, so, things such as hemp rather than cotton. We should be utilizing things like permaculture rather than our monoculture, crop systems. There are overhauls that we definitely should be doing, but to call for an end to agriculture as we know it, to make a call for like anti-civ and prim sort of calls is akin to calling for genocide rather than saying, hey, let's try and fix the problem and work our way out of this. Let's just, roll back a whole host of things that support billions of people's lives.
That's not a fair criticism of this, because the way I'm looking at it, we're marching forward directly to genocide. And I'm trying to get us to the point where, the least amount of people die. So to call my ideas genocidal is really dishonest.
Well, that's a very interesting way of being wrong.
Well, I mean, to put it lightly, I mean, if we fix our distribution networks, there are a lot of economists and technologists working on this problem right now, but we lose half of our food based on our distribution network. If we just change our distribution network in such a way where it's not profit oriented and it's to feed people oriented, we would do wonders with the amount of waste that we currently have, and more people would be fed. So, I mean, there's
plus there's
this
also
world can support double this population easily.
Yeah.
There's also better ways to deal with our waste. Like terra preta. I'm a big proponent of terra preta. It's a manufactured type of soil that's found in the Amazon. It was created by indigenous tribes. It's self-fertilizing, and it's a carbon sink. It actually captures carbon, and it self-fertilizes to the point where it spreads to soil that isn't already in its condition. So we can use that. We don't need artificial fertilizer, and we can maintain the same level of agriculture, or possibly more productive, if we engage in multi-species horticulture techniques instead. I mean, there's to simply say we have to push a reset button.
Stop. Ugh. The actual carbon sink is less than any given individual from the Western world.
What do you mean?
It's a phrase.
For terra preta?
No. I mean, an individual golden retriever is still somehow more of a...
No. You're talking about carbon footprints. I'm not talking about carbon footprints. I'm talking about a type of soil that absorbs carbon. It actually removes carbon from the surrounding environment.
Yeah,
that's part of the way that it fertilizes itself.
Yeah, and it's considered a technology. By the way, it is classified as an artificial soil.
Yeah, it's entirely artificial.
Yeah, and it's like 900 BC sort of territory.
This is what I'm saying.
It's a net issue.
Well, but it's not about one thing. It's about all of the things.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting that we should only use terra preta and then everything else we can keep doing the way we've been doing, I mean, shit. If we just go by solar panels the way that they're manufactured now, we're going to strip the entire surface level of silicon and destroy the environment with chemicals. I'm not a big fan either. So, yeah, I mean, there's other things we can do, but on the other hand, saying, well, I want to return to the Garden of Eden, well, that sort of carries with it the implication that, like, the hand of God is going to hand you bananas for the rest of your life.
I mean, literally no one wants to return to the Garden of Eden.
Well, at least one person, one person does.
Yeah.
I will say it is entirely it's entirely a ridiculous fuck. I've entirely thought the word.
But I mean, we have so many other different farming techniques, from hydroponics, the technology we've gotten from marijuana farming alone, through the through the use of hydroponics, and very targeted fertilization. So the problem with our current fertilization rates and the amount of chemicals we have to place is because you have to get the pellet of fertilizer within a certain radius of, or the certain distance of where the seed is, and it's very close. The problem is you have to spread a crap ton of pellets to make sure that one of those gets next to. Well, if you do this through a hydroponic system, you can basically hand put the pellet right next to the seed, and there you go. So, I mean, we can change a lot of what we do through just different methodologies. The problem is
Bye, Al.
It's going to take a lot to get there, and some people are starting to realize that we're willing to make that sacrifice.
And I mean, just on that tip of, like, I built by hand a fucking aquaponics system that survived, I don't know, 5 years before I dismantled it in the Southwest in Las Vegas, right? Using recyclable wastewater, using fish that are, foodstuffs, producing the fertilizer for a bed, for, literally like a closed loop system of food production, both meat and vegetables, self-fertilizing, self-temperature regulating. Like, I mean, we can technologize our way out of these issues. It's a matter of social will. And I will grant you the first two issues you brought up were cultural issues. But again, I point to, generations coming up and previous generations. By the way, credit where credit's due, their generation was problematic, but the late era boomers, the fucking 60s, they put a lot of fucking work in with the permaculture, with the earth houses, with, I mean, hell, as we said, the marijuana growing, the cannabis growing alone, I mean, hemp production, these things we've made headway on. And we just need to accelerate. We need a little change of political systems, to be perfectly honest. But again, the planet can actually take care of more of us than we are. It's our production methods. It's our standards. It's not that we need less people. It's not that we need to get rid of civilization. It's that we just need to change some variables.
Well, and there was one of my favorite examples of, like, the two different solutions that both work. There was a program in Eritrea that was started in 2015, might have been 2016, and it was a 3-stage process. So first, they bring in seawater, and the massive famine in Eritrea, massive. They bring in seawater, and they use it to feed a couple of different species of sea life, which includes a type of shrimp. Or prawns, depending on which genus and species you want to go by. That causes a tremendous amount of, bio waste, let's say. Feed that water into sort of almost salt flats, but think rice paddies, with a particular breed of plant that can grow in brackish water. The brackish water filters through the plants, becomes clean water. Now you have drinking water, and you can use it to grow some other plants if you really want to. But why would you? Because it turns out that the plant that's being used to filter the water is itself edible. So you've got seafood, you've got vegetables, you've got clean water, and what did you do? You dug a channel. That's it. And it's a self-perpetuating system, and you've got everything you need. Or go with a completely non-automated, no mechanical parts needed air conditioning. Invented about 2,000 years ago. They use wind towers. This is something that you can find all throughout Jordan and various countries in the Middle East. 2,000 to 3,000 years old. We're not entirely sure when exactly it was invented, and it relies entirely on wind currents and the fact that heat rises. And they can literally make ice with this air conditioning method. Completely no mechanical parts. Why couldn't we use that in, say, Miami or in the plains? We could, but we don't design our houses that way. Why not? So there's plenty of technical solutions to these problems. What's happening here is we're trying to come up with a solution to fix all of the problems, and that's not going to work. It can't. There's too many different.
It's not the way anything works.
Yeah, there's too many different biomes to deal with.
Suburbia is a major problem that has to be dealt with soon.
I mean, I come from.
That's just because it produces Karens. It's like a Karen factory.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
I come from the Southwest. I mean, we've got fucking all sorts of interesting little like nooks and crannies all across these lands. And I mean, go to New Mexico and go visit the Earth ships. Right? Like, we're not reinventing the wheel, quite frankly. There's a few things we need to retool. Our energy grid definitely is one of them. We lose. The attenuation rate on our energy grid is ridiculous. So we need to invest in infrastructure. We need to invest in renewable energies. And by the way, we need to have the conversation about nuclear power, whether people want to or not. But it would easily get us off fucking oil. Or at least
if we use a different style than the piles that we've been using up to this point.
Yeah, I
like breeder reactors.
Fair enough. I would much rather be in the like India-China camp and be investing in thorium, but due to the the whole Russian mad thing, we invested in uranium so we could get plutonium out of it. But yeah, I mean, we need to be investing in different energy solutions, energy storage solutions. Sorry. We don't need giant fucking Musk lithium ion battery, battery buildings. There's all sorts of interesting solutions. I mean, again, we use Zippy. I'm in Vegas. Just right out that ways, we have a liquid salt reactor. And so it's heated by solar energy, and it literally takes, actually it's a fluoride salt, I believe. And it takes fluoride and it fucking melts it and uses that as the thermal conductance or a thermal sink or a thermal capacitor, and transfers that energy into water, and then into gas, and then into rotational momentum in the form of a turbine, right? And it drives generators using that at night, right? Like,
why are we not using thermal vents up by Yellowstone? It's a caldera the size of a continent. Come on.
Hey, I'll fuck you out of spite. All right, Marcus. Fair enough. I like a good spite.
So aggressive.
I also wonder if people realize just how many different things we use oil for. Imagine an oilless society and go and walk in a hospital, or what's left of a hospital.
The IV bags are gone. The syringes and tubes are gone. The ventilator packs are gone. Yeah.
No, we go back to 1850. We go back to glass bottles for everything. We go back to you have to boil literally the building every single day. Because, that's not energy intensive.
I mean, we are getting better about the I've seen some of the UV light bots that are kind of interesting that have been developed, like these multi-arm UV light bots that are autonomous bots that are aware of objects in the rooms and can sort of sweep with the wands and stuff like that. So there is grounds being made there.
But when you go into the hospital and you're there laying in the room, if you've had anything done to you, they come in with a petroleum jelly spread that they put in your nostril because you're breathing infectious air on your body, such as a giant scar on your chest. No experience with that. And the mouthwash, and then also they have to spread another bit of petroleum jelly around, this giant freaking scar in your chest. Again, no experience. And so petroleum itself, I just worry when people say we need to stop drilling, because we're never going to stop drilling. It's just not.
Well, no, there is something to be said for petroleum, because we can get petroleum molecules out of more organic sources than we currently do. Rubber tree is just an example. I'm by no means suggesting that we like 1-to-1, because then we just wipe out the fucking rubber trees. So what's the point?
My mattress, my pad, because I don't sleep in a bed, I sleep on the floor and have for years and years and years now. My pad, though, is made by a company in California, and it is made from actual, real, natural rubber.
But point being,
I think my point though is that yes, we could probably get to a point where we're not burning it anymore.
Yeah.
Yes.
But that doesn't mean we don't need 3/4 of what we're currently drilling right now.
Yeah, we could fix that number to a huge extent and extend the lifespan of the stores for quite some bit. We can address the carbon release issues. We can address the sulfur dioxide release issues. We can address the various overconsumptions, resource usages. I mean, these are logistics and supply chains, like Sweet and Rabbit both talked about. These are logistics and supply chain issues. This isn't like an inherent limitation upon the planet that we've reached. It's about the just poorly laid out, poorly organized, poorly managed, and frankly rigged system that we're running at present, which is, again, back to your cultural issue more than anything else.
Yeah, well, we've developed our entire distribution network based on the efficiency of profit, not the efficiency of production, distribution, and to the level of which we distribute, efficiently to the most number of people. We don't care about that. We care about profit in our current society. That's the problem.
And that's the sticking point for me when it comes to the ANSIV argument generally. You're not proposing a solution to any particular problem. What you're doing is canceling out the lack of imagination on the part of CEOs of multi-billion-dollar corporate conglomerates who can't think past the next quarter. Well, great, except these people regularly destroy entire countries. We know their ideas are shit. But by saying, well, let's just hit the reset button and live in a Garden of Eden by not having technology and unlearning how to talk, what does that solve?
I'll be right back.
I'd like to say that some of these people, the CEOs and everything, that are what we would call unimaginative and destructive, if we take them out of that scenario, they're just as imaginative in a positive light. These are smart people that can be used. We just our society turns them into what they are. It's a cultural issue that we have. And so this is why I get against tankies, because I don't think we should drag these people out in the street and shoot them. I think we should just repurpose their imagination and where their intelligence is.
I'm not proposing their deaths, I promise.
Oh, I know. I'm just trying to throw that out there of, these people are evil, but we make them that way through our current society.
Oh yeah, you can't have a preacher if you don't have a congregation. Everybody stop attending the damn church. The easiest way to disempower Elon Musk: stop reading his tweets. It's really not that hard.
The easiest way to disempower authority: stop giving it your labor.
Well, yeah, that's the whole
Right.
syndicalism bit. Is eventually we get to the point where we have the general strike, and nobody gets our labor except for those that can produce for those others.
But that's different from the anti-civ argument. The anti-civ
100%.
argument is the way that we get rid of this problem is by making it impossible for them to spread their message or to even have the technology to say what they say. Why? Instead, why not address the fact that they're being listened to?
No. The anti-civ perspective states that it would be impossible for them to have their say, right? They wouldn't have these broadcasting networks where they could implant their message into millions of people at once, right? Like
Until one of them does, and then in the land of the blind, the one-eyed man is king.
Yeah, you're still taking away the cameras, but not taking away the mindset.
the mindset would go away without the whole structure around it, right? Like the mindset has been built to support this structure.
Do you think aliens gave us this mindset to start with?
No, I think over the course of thousands of years, we've developed this mindset to sort of deal with the world that we're living in.
Okay, so this is a problem that anthropologists have to deal with constantly. It's the third man paradox. It's this argument that there's you, there's me, we're independent actors, but then there's this third person named society who makes us do all these terrible things. This is Freudian. There's a super ego that actually guides our thoughts, but then there's the real me that you never really see. No, there's just everybody and you acting in concert. You have to change minds. You can't just decide, okay, well, from now on, nobody's allowed to own a computer. Okay, then what? There's going to be a vacuum left by that proposal. And in the meantime, you haven't actually convinced any of them that they don't need the computer. Like you want the mind change, but you don't want any of the work involved. Step 1, everybody reads theory. Step 2, a miracle happens. Step 3, paradise. You're not explaining the miracle. You're just assuming it will occur because that third man is going to go away. There is no third man. He was never there.
Dude, Bill Gates and Rupert Murdoch and the Crown Prince of Monaco and fucking presidents of the United States, they're not magic. They're just people.
They wish they were magic.
They're just people.
Not the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just this is a human problem. It's a human condition. If I gave you $1 billion and presidency of the United States, I know you think that you would live up to the standards and ethical boundaries that you've set for yourself today, but I promise you, your mind would change very quickly. Like, they're just people. Humans are gonna human.
So what would $1 billion do for me?
It would make it for your entire family lineage never has to work a single day in their life. It would mean that you could,
because now we've got access to everyone else's resources, right?
Yeah.
So that, I mean, like that's one of the points that I hammer on occasionally, is that money only gives you access to other people's shit, right?
Yeah, but again, it's not the money that's magic. It's the human psychology that's driving it. You're dealing with anti-civ movements talk about symptoms, not actual conditions. They're talking about removing all of these civilization conditions, all these preconditions, but not the actual problem.
That's because they're not trying to change the way people work. That's what,
and that's why they will fail.
That's what utopians do. That's their realm.
You literally called for a Garden of Eden. You are the definition of a utopian.
Human nature.
You are literally the definition of a utopian.
All of the people better than they are. What I'm suggesting is we get rid of all of these systems that are ruining our lives,
and somebody else will build them back.
Womp, the problem here is we created them in the first place.
They weren't bestowed by aliens.
Yeah, They didn't spring. We didn't spring fully formed from the.
We don't have to maintain them. We're not obligated by anything to maintain these structures.
You are correct.
Yeah.
But
And
we
yet
didn't
we
get gay
do.
marriage by just sitting back and expecting it to happen one day. We actually had to get out and talk to people. So, this is the thing. You keep proposing that as long as we remove all of the devices, everybody's minds will just magically change.
Am I not getting out there and talking to people right now? Is that
I have no idea if you are or not. You're the one who said
do
Garden
you
of
hear
Eden.
my words?
I mean, I hear somebody literally calling for a Garden of Eden that will spring fully formed miraculously if we just get rid of capitalism tomorrow.
No. I said very specifically it would require a lot of work because we have damaged the land base so extensively that to get to that state would require a lot of effort.
How much Earth do you think is 365 days a year livable without shelter?
Why would you not have shelter?
Well, it's Garden of Eden. There's no shelter in the Garden of Eden.
Really? Where'd you get that idea?
I read the Bible.
Okay, you do not have any space to become indignant when we're trying to interrogate what your picture of the Garden of Eden is. You've literally used that example a half a dozen times.
I'm assuming that most people want to get out of the rain when that happens. They want some enclosed area that they can heat at night. I don't think shelter is against human nature.
So it's a perfect paradise, except you need heat and roofs. Are those or are those not technology?
In certain areas, you would definitely need heat and roofs. Not all areas, but a lot.
You need air conditioning.
Air conditioning is not sustainable.
We've
I literally just said that there are
Not the
forms
way-
of air
not the way it
conditioning
is.
that are 2,000 years old. You don't need
you mentioned it, but you didn't explain it.
I did. I
How does it work?
specifically said they use towers that capture wind. They use the fact that heat rises. They can use it to make ice in the desert. Like,
And how much? What's the resource cost of these towers?
what's the resource cost of having to build a bunch of shelters in the Garden of Eden?
No.
Some wood.
You can
Some
get
wood.
trees and make fucking houses out of them.
Some wood and some mud.
Yeah. So what are the towers' resource cost?
No, that's some wood and some mud.
Some wood and some mud.
Yeah, the same thing you're proposing for your shelter.
How do you build these towers to make ice?
How do you build a roof in the Garden of Eden?
No.
Like, literally.
No, you mentioned the fucking tower thing. We're on the tower thing. Like, how does this work?
Okay, Womp, you need to take a breath. You're starting to get pissed off.
Hang on.
Because we're
Hang on.
interrogating
I'm
the
putting
basis
it.
of your ideas.
I'm literally.
I'm just asking for some clarification.
I'm literally putting it on the
I don't
screen
doubt
so
that
you
this
can
is
fucking
possible,
see
but,
it.
Like, I would like to know how it works.
There you go. Here's a wind catcher. All right. So here's the Abanar. I'm sorry, Ab Anbar. You're over there. Fucking. All right. So give me 1 sec, folks. Sorry. Fucking. There we go. We'll move us over there. Lock. There. All right. So here's a really fancy one, but here are examples of other.
That's actually
ones.
really stylized. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah. That's the Ab Anbar is a fucking super fancy one. But here's an example. All right. Here's an example. So they can vary, but prevailing wind matters. But here's the end of the day, right? Like this is what you're looking for. They catch higher winds. Higher winds blow stronger and cooler in a different direction. Higher airs are usually also less dusty. All right, so less wind, insect, cooling methods. Night flushing cools the house by increasing ventilation at night. When the outdoor air is cooler, wind towers exist in night flushing. Wind catcher also cool air by drawing it over cool objects. In arid climates, the daily temperature swings are extreme, with desert climates often dipping below freezing at night. Thermal inertia of the soil evens out the daily and even annual temperature swings. So here is a diagram. This is how a thermal catcher works.
Yeah, it's
Neat.
literally
Thank
what
you
heat
for that.
pumps are based on.
And they're millennia old.
Yeah.
And depending on where you build them, it is true, you can get ice out of them.
Point being, what I'm
This
finding
might
in a
be
lot
okay
of,
with.
well, I'm glad you approve. Point being, what I'm finding is a lot of your proposals are based on the fact that you don't have a wide basis for information. I am not saying that you're stupid. I am saying that you don't know very much. And so it is satisfying. This is where I run into trouble with the anti-civ argument. It's really satisfying to say, oh, well, then we just burn it all to the ground and that'll fix it. That
I'm
never.
not, I never, dude, I never once said that.
Well, you did say
Never once.
9/10 of the population would die.
No, I didn't. You said that, like somebody else said that about my argument.
Well,
I
So
did
you're
not.
addressing somebody
With-
else's critique of
with-
my argument.
let's
What am I supposed to say to you about that? Am I supposed to defend their critique of my argument?
By addressing how it is that they wouldn't die would be a
No,
start.
no. For one, remember what I had said initially was we are marching towards genocide in the first place.
No, that's
in the way
that's
that we're
extinction, not
currently
genocide.
going.
What anti-civs advocate for is genocide.
No, they don't.
Oh,
I'm
you're
anti-civ and I
you're
don't
far
advocate for
you're far
genocide.
from the first prim or anti-civ I've talked to. You're not even close to
Okay.
the like third dozen worth.
No. Okay. Well, I can't speak to their views, right?
Okay, but we're trying to speak to yours.
Right,
and
but you're trying
solving the
to
question.
straw man it
So
with other people's
what
arguments.
what elements of civilization? Tell you what. Let's start over. What elements of civilization do you see surviving your anti-civ movement?
What elements of civilization?
Because you want to get rid of modern communication methods. You want to get rid of mass media. You want to get rid of agriculture as we know it. You want to disrupt urban-rural paradigms. You want to disrupt the modern medicine and manufacturing supply chains. So what exactly survives?
Humans.
How many?
Whoa. As a species?
Yeah, as a species.
Yeah.
Do you know how many are going to die from measles, mumps, rubella?
Do you know how many people are going to die if we keep on marching down the road we're going on?
Okay,
Not
can
many.
we what are you doing? This is you're shrugging off the question
Yes,
because
Elliot.
you don't like it.
Yes.
So my aim is getting towards complete local production, right? Like everything comes local. You don't pull imports in from any other place.
How?
Oh, this
That's,
is the Mein Kampf.
that's the starting point. The
No, this
starting
is the
point
Mein
is
Kampf
starting
argument.
point.
No, this is that's new. No, honey, baby, Pookie, let me tell you. I'm a professor of this shit. I don't know who has lied to you that there is any civilization on the planet that
I'm
has
not
been
looking for
fully
a civilization.
Okay, you need to stop with that. There is no historical basis for the premise that any grouping of human creatures has lived fully and 100% independent of all other groupings of human creatures.
Sure, I didn't make that statement.
Are you kidding right now?
I'm saying be dependent on the local resources. We've done this for millions of years.
No, we haven't.
Yes.
Never.
You're literally talking. You're literally telling a professor of anthropology.
No. Like that's how we came about, by being
Okay,
dependent on the resources around us.
No, we're not doing this. Cite your source.
Far away.
Cite your source. I am going to need some journal article, some archaeological peer-reviewed study that says that at some point in our species history, every single creature that was a human creature lived fully independent, and they just wandered around the planet and only used the resources that were within 5 feet of them. I'm going to need that. You've got to give me something on that.
So for one, I did not make the claim that any group of humans has ever lived completely independent of all other life. Didn't make that statement once. Now, what I was saying was that we ought to only be dependent on local resources, and I mean dependency. Right? I don't mean we should only use local resources. We should only be dependent on local resources.
So now you're saying that we should do something our species has never done before.
That's what I said the first time. You said my words were different the first time. I didn't change them. I said the same thing over again.
Okay, I can't be the only one who's lost here. Has anyone else kept up with what just happened? Seriously?
Yeah, this is the Mein Kampf argument.
I can't hear anything other than that. I really can't.
I really this is nothing but reading Mein Kampf over again.
You have idealized primitive society, and to the point where, like, you've turned it into a narrative of full self-sufficiency. That's like biblical.
This is some racist noble savage shit writ large.
I haven't turned it into anything different. Like, if you listen to my words, you would have heard that this is what I've been saying the whole time, is that we should have local self-sufficiency.
What do you mean by local?
Don't import, right? So if I walk out to the garden,
give me a mind.
If I walk out to the garden, I grab a tomato. I'm not going to say I imported that tomato into my house, right?
Well, 100 years ago, it was standard for a human to walk upwards of 30 miles a day. What do you mean by local?
I mean by foot. Give
me a measurement.
Walking mean.
What do you mean by local?
So if a human walked 30 miles to get food, that's still local, right?
Okay, so you're
because they're able to get it without any extra technology, without having other people's bring them food, like whatever you do by your own merit. Like,
if somebody's paralyzed, fuck them.
And if somebody has a neurological disorder, fuck them. And if they don't have legs, then fuck them.
So now you're trying to change the argument?
No, because that's foundational to your argument. There's a significant portion of our society that is not going to be capable to survive under the conditions that you have set forth.
Maybe they have a tribe that takes care of them.
Maybe.
I'm sure there were disabled people in tribes thousands of years ago.
There were, but you just
taken care of by the people.
There were, but you just said you got to be able to walk it yourself. You literally just said that,
dude. Okay. That's because you're looking for a weird demarcation of what's local, right? Like, I'm just saying, don't import shit.
Wompit.
Sweet. Am I hallucinating?
Yes, you are. You're
okay.
Completely.
My
whole like thing of this is import from where?
Yeah. Sue, it's your turn, I guess.
I
don't know.
Hi.
Good luck.
Wompit? Is that your name? Wompit?
Womped.
No, get womped. Hi. Rabbit is a professor in indigenous and paleontology history. I'm an actual person who lives indigenous culture and way of life. which this whole entire process and thought pattern you're thinking of comes from.
Sure.
Okay. Even back then, we had medicines and everything else that we did our best to make sure that people were looked after. But the great, grand, beautiful scale of things was that we were able to adapt to new things, which is where many tribes that didn't have horses all of a sudden became master horsemen, even above and beyond people that were doing it for like a century before its so-called existence over on this side of the world, where we became expert marksmen with rifles in a span of less than 100 years, including the horse riding.
Sure.
Cucumber premarital.
Do you see where what we're talking about here? The ability to adapt, to be able to grow while still carrying on some very same traditional values and way of life.
Sue, you got to.
I'm sorry. I cut out there for the last of what you're saying. When you said, like, you see what we're talking about here, I missed what you said after that.
Sorry, what were you saying, Irish?
I was like, the indigenous culture trade networks were some of the most complicated, intricate things that North America has ever, or the world has ever seen.
We also have claim to fame the very first planned city on the fucking planet, long before England or any other country. We also have some of the most advanced farming and fucking plumbing.
Well, you're gonna have to
any of the rest of the world.
You're gonna have to get rid of that farming because we're rolling back agriculture under this plan. So you're gonna have to roll back to hunter gatherer status. So I hope your people are okay with that.
Mm-mm.
Oh, and your road system made Rome look like trying to draw sticks in sand.
Oh yeah, you're gonna have to get rid of those roads too, by the way.
No, sorry, we're not going back to the Stone Age, okay?
When even the indigenous people in the room are like, yeah, no.
The lovely thing about being able to adapt to new things is that you get really good at it.
Ooh.
And they come in handy and helpful. Like we understand the understanding of being very careful and cautious of the footprint you put on the planet and leave behind for the next generations. We understand that very clearly. But we're not interested in going back to the Stone Age.
Good night, Electra. Take care. Sleep well.
And if I may, I'm going to give you a free Econ 211 lesson here.
You don't have to give me an econ.
No, not
you.
Won't. I'm not you. Won't.
Well, I mean, if you want to take it.
There's a thing called the production possibilities curve that it's inane to make an area produce something that it's not good at producing. It's bad to make certain areas produce certain things when they can just trade for them from a different area that produces them very easily and much less resource intensive.
I would assume that if there's people somewhere, that they wouldn't need something from somewhere else, right? Like they exist there because they have what they need to exist there.
What? No, dude. No.
Like there's no ever need for imports.
Yo, listen up and listen really good, okay? Half of the whole entire reason why indigenous communities on this side of the world managed to live for tens of thousands of years just fine was intricate trade routes, being able to trade with one another, so that when one village or one group of people or tribe managed to come up with some new technology or something, it got shared all the way around. And we adapted and learned and grow.
Sure.
So
but okay. So if I were to march out into the desert, right, and I would need to import resources to sustain any kind of large population there, right? I would need to probably import water. I would probably need to import food. But that's only because I'm living in an uninhabitable area.
Not if you're Hopi.
But
not if
yeah,
you're
not if you're Hopi, right? They probably,
non-binary. You're right.
they probably had small populations, right? You can't have that many people living out in the desert, otherwise you'll.
No, dude.
No,
No,
they-
dude.
They
The
had towns of about
smallest
3,000.
tribes, pre-colonialization was in the 10,000 and up range.
Was the landscape different?
No, the only difference in the landscape is all this new fandangled cities and
Okay, I
shit.
think-
But otherwise, the landscape was all the same.
Isn't it hard to find food out there though?
Sue,
No.
I think you're with me on this point. Let's back up a second. Why do you think that natives are the best possible group of people for you to project your fantasies onto?
Who said that? You ascribe so many words that I don't say to me.
No, at
You
this
do.
point, I'm
When did I say
accusing you.
that?
I'm not ascribing this as a quote to you.
No. You've
accusing you
tried
of
to ascribe so many words to me that I did not say in this conversation so far.
want. I am not saying that this is a quote from you. I am telling you this
You're
is
telling me
you
what my
do.
opinion is that I've never expressed to you.
No, I'm telling you this is what you're doing.
You're making
asking
that
questions.
idea in your head. That's not what I'm doing.
Okay, so
Hey.
the point where you assumed that the Hopi must have had limited populations because that's the limit of your knowledge of their agriculture?
I mean,
I would say they have limited populations, so they're living in a very difficult place to live. That's what I would assume.
You've hinged
And
no
yet
less
you're
than
wrong.
you've hinged no less than 10 points of yours on previous cultures and indigenous societies. It is not unfair to go down that road.
So we've talked about indigenous cultures quite a few times in this, because apparently if you say anti-Civ, you mean like indigenous.
No,
I don't know how we got here, but we keep on going back to indigenous in anti-Civ. I don't know.
Yeah, here's the thing. We have, and then
Yeah.
you'll make an assertion and I'll say you're wrong, and then you ask a question about what I just said. Like, for example, a village that had 20,000 people that was basically a manufacturing center, which Kai brought up as a counterpoint to the idea that we didn't have cities, which was an assertion you made. You literally said it was a question of population density. Europe had density and the Americas didn't. You literally said that. I can therefore infer.
Well, hold
that
on.
you
We
think-
were talking specifically in the context of disease.
Yes,
Yeah.
but
So
you
you-
also are connecting that information to presume that we had a specific type of trade network, that we had limited populations. You are making a lot of assumptions based on what you
Apologies.
don't know.
I'll stop making assumptions. Can you do the same?
Not when you keep making statements about the
No.
world.
I'm not making my stopping of assumptions conditional. I'm saying I'm going to stop making assumptions. Would you do the same?
So you've acknowledged that you are making assumptions that you have no
Sure.
basis.
I've said I assume in front of these things.
As opposed to an actual expert in the field, who you are now saying that if I make a statement, it's the same weight as your assumption.
Didn't say
That's a
that.
pretty potent statement.
Didn't say that.
You just said that I'm not allowed to make
No.
affirmations.
I said I'll stop making assumptions. I would like you to do the same. And what your assumptions are about what I mean with my words. That's where you're assuming here.
Okay.
Hello, everyone. Hi.
Hi, Sue.
I took a nap and I am awake.
Like not like half a dozen times in this conversation, you've said, "Okay, you believe this," when I've never made that statement.
Okay, I am going to say something to you, Wumpet. Okay?
Sure.
I am not going to make assumptions on you, but I am going to ask you to clarify from this moment forward,
Gladly.
everything you say clearly.
Well, we won't need to do that because I'm just clearing the 5-hour mark and I'm hungry and it's 10:30 at night and I've been going since, what would have been dinner time. So that's not a concern we have to concern ourselves with. What we have to concern ourselves with is who we're going to raid. And
It's been fun, guys.
I think we're going to raid maybe Left Bank. Maybe. Let me see what Left Bank is up to actually. Let's see.
Yeah, double check that guy.
For fuck's sake. Oh God.
I
All
don't think
right.
I've seen Left Bank.
We're going to the dive bar, motherfuckers. All right.
Yay, Curio.
Yeah, we're going to Curios. Momo's having a chill stream, so I'm not bringing this over there. Fucking Curio can handle my shit. Yeah, Pinko, I am blocked and banned from Pinko. Pinko doesn't like me because I'm a Western imperialist CIA agent as an anarchist. So Pinko, those are his words. He's blocked me. I haven't blocked him. So Pinko's out. Let's just put it that way. Yeah. So, sorry, we're not going to Pinko. Either way, fucking Womped, Rabbit, I almost said my own name, Sue, Swede, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for bringing some life to the stream. Oh, and Kat, who stopped by momentarily. And, Marcus, who was here earlier, let us raid out to Curio, knock that shit off. We're going into a bar, no arguing, that sort of thing. Either way, hope you guys are as well as you can be. Tomorrow is the nighttime stream, 11:30 p.m., so I will catch you then. See you over at Curios. Right now.